Whoa, oh, oh, whoa, oh, oh. I'm waking up to ash and dust. I wipe my brow and I sweat my rust. I'm breathing in the chemicals. You guys, I am so happy to see you, my lovely, lovely imps. How are you doing today? Xerox, Acelaces, Dear Are Cool, Grouchy Ash, Sophie, Femboy Low Poly, Somniostatic, Gayfesh, Canoon, Woolly, President Parakeet, Femboy Low Poly 2s, Neapolitan, Fancy Shrimp, Aska, Saul Gracchus, Posadas John, Bonks Daily, Cotton D-Pad. And from the YouTube chat, Falmer Flamingo, JC Ryan, Moss Meow, Senorita Blah Blah Blah, Rhodes, Orober Watabanoist, Cineful, Jake L, Toatrika, Joshua, Espen M, Ornate Letter Opener, Tiny Hero, and many, 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 many more. How are you doing today? I hope you are all doing well. I am doing fantastically. I am feeling a little radioactive, 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 radioactive. You want to know another song by that band? It goes, thunder, like the thunder, like the thunder, like the thunder, 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 like a thunder, like a lightning, then there's thunder, thunder, oh, thunder, thunder, and there's thunder, and there's thunder, 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 thunder. Isn't that a great song? Yes, that's right, you guessed it, we will be discussing the music discourse, which is spawned by one content creator every single time it comes around. And every single time I say about the same thing, but this time I'm gonna say about the same thing, but in a slightly different fashion. And it's gonna be fun because, as you all know, there are a lot of chatters here who also like to chat over in, of course, I'm speaking about Voosh, over in Voosh's stream. So we're gonna talk about that just a little bit. And yeah, it'll be really fun. We're gonna have a good time with it. Don't worry, it's gonna be great, okay? It's gonna be wonderful. By the way, if you are here, like the stream, please. All of your likes, comments, and of course, website subscriptions are greatly, greatly appreciated. We are kicking the channel into high gear. And all of your likes are deeply appreciated. We always get more viewers when we get more likes. So yeah. Are people shitting on Vosh for liking music again? Well, maybe you'll have to find out on tonight's episode of Demon Mama. Thunder, like there's thunder. Oh, it's thunder when there's thunder in the thunder. Oh, I love the thunder.
Bazinga.
The thunder, thunder. All right, everybody. Wow, Varnish Eater, I've been touching grass on a 2-week camping holiday. Great to be back. Hey, you'll be happy to know we got your character into the cult. I am jazzed today. Actually, it's really funny. I'm actually super tired today, but I think the tiredness is making me like a little delirious, so this should be a very special stream. Okay, like very special. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Rhodes. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's night. Well, I don't know. I've just been really, really busy this week, like crazy busy. Not only have I streamed a bunch, but also I've been driving all over town and doing all kinds of errands. It's been a busy. Yeah, night happy. All right, that makes sense. No, that makes sense. Yeah, it's been really good. And yeah, I've been having a good time. So you know, I feel like we're gonna have a good time tonight. We have a lot of things to talk about. Yeah, that's right. We are going to be talking about some unfortunately not fun things, but we're also going to do a lot of fun stuff. And I'm telling you, the fun stuff will outweigh the bad stuff. It's just, you know, I talk about politics here a lot, so it's important for us to talk about the negative things, okay? You know? Yeah, so, but before we do anything else, How many people are we reacting to Chariot's video? Yes, we will be reacting to Chariot's video on DJ Muel. Most of you who watch me, I am willing to bet that everybody who's here right now probably has seen the video that I did on DJ Muel. I was like the first person in this space to react to that absolute trash fire of a video essay. And a lot of other people have reacted to it since. But I wanted to give a special shout out to a smaller creator who I really, really like named Chariot. Chariot does very, very different content than me. Chariot does, well, frankly, video essays. And so I watched Chariot's thing. It won't be a fresh react. I did pre-watch this time, but it was good enough that I felt that it would be really fun for us to watch it so you all can see how somebody else from a very different style can come to similar conclusions that I did with a very different presentation. So we're gonna watch it together. It's a really, really fun watch. You guys will have a good time. It's very different than my content, so it'll be cool to compare and contrast. Yes, I did literally pre-watch. I pre-watched because I wanted to watch it on my own, and then I went, wow, actually, I really want to show this to the imps. Yeah, and we all have different styles, but all of us are streamers. Me, Vosh, and Merrick are all streamers, so it'll be interesting to see a, you know, it'll be interesting for you all to see somebody, you know, different. Thunder before the lightning. It's the thunder. It's the thunder, thunder. Imagine Dragons is the most music of all time. That's a way to describe it. I have a lot of things to say about this. Don't worry. Don't worry. Yeah, basically everyone universally hated that. And I'm proud that I was the first one to just go, yeah, this thing is trash. I'm gonna react to it. I don't know, I have the sense, you know? Something about doing what I do for so long, just it gives you the ability to just sniff. You can smell when a video essay is gonna be trash. Yeah. Paper Planes goes, ching. That's Paper Planes. You're thinking of what I was singing was Thunder, which goes thunder and the thunder and there's thunder and the clap of the thunder, thunder and the thunder and the thunder. See, so there's a you know, there's a difference. Clapping thunder. Wait, is the thunder one a real song? Yes. I can't play it because, okay, if you don't believe me, look up Imagine Dragons Thunder, okay? To be fair, it is actually the worst rated Imagine Dragons song. It is the lowest reviewed Imagine Dragons song, so it kind of feels a little bit like low-hanging fruit, but it is real. And if you play it, if you want to understand it, you can go listen to it now. Oh, I'm sure they do, Eddie. That's why I don't go to sports games, because I can't handle like that kind of shit. Okay? I would want to die. But yeah, basically I assure you the way that I'm singing it to you is essentially identical to the way that the actual song goes. Yeah. Hey, thank you, Sparkly Void. Baseball games are way more family friendly than football games. Well, that's true, but whatever. Oof, that's really bad, Sam Demand. I'm sorry about that. What's this? What are you linking to me? No! I can't play it. It'll get me banned. I'll get banned instantly. Are you kidding me? But it's okay. I'm gonna put forward a theory tonight that I think will help everyone understand what's going on here a little better. It'll be very good, okay? Don't worry about it. Yes, every person who's ever worked in retail or food service hates Imagine Dragons. That is true, but it's also true that everyone who's ever walked into a store or sat down at a restaurant for more than 10 minutes also hates Imagine Dragons. But it's okay, we'll get there. We'll get there. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, okay? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Well, wait, but Chariot, it's... You mean you're trying to tell me that you don't like thunder, but the thunder in the thunder and the thunder? Was there a League of Legends Imagine Dragons song? I wish we could listen to that without getting copyright clapped, but we can't. It's not Imagine Dragons' fault they get played everywhere, to be fair. Sure it is. Of course it is. Anyway, I'm just repeating thunder because I have no argument. That is the argument. See, that's the great thing about art. You can make, you can say the same word over and over again, and that is a valid critique. Lamau unananina. Well, that's very lucky for you, Diracool. Their music sucks. Evidence, their music. Yeah, exactly. See? That's the cool thing. That's the fucking cool thing. I was born this way, hey. You were born this way, hey. And you can't be gay unless you're born this way, hey. There's so many cool popular songs that I can definitely remember all the lyrics to, that, you all have no idea what's coming for you, do you? I am going to destroy you all. Thank you very much, HK. Deeply appreciate that. Poker face, poker face. Poker face, poker face. Poker face, poker face. You can take the photo, you can go down the road, paparazzi. Don't kill Princess Diana, don't get your car crashed, paparazzi. Hold on, I'm trying to remember another popular song. I wake up in the morning feeling like 350, right? Isn't that another one? Wah, 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 wee, whoa. And something in a bad romance. Da 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 dee 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 ba ba da boo. Oh, and don't get me started. Hold on, let's think of some of the other ones. No, it's 3:50 because that's the time in the morning that she's waking up. She wakes up at 3:50 because she was up drunk and she passed out, and it's still only just, it's not even 4 a.m. yet. That's why it's wake up 3:50. Oh, you guys want to remember some other ones? What about this one? Tonight's gonna be a good night. Tonight's gonna be a good night. Good night, night, good night. Remember that one? I got a feeling. Woo! Oh, this is gonna be... Yeah, I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That's just a song that you play. That's just the song that you play when you think you're gonna get to have sex later when you're in college. Are we allowed to hear 4 chords by Acts of Awesome? I have no idea. Yeah, I'm singing the middle school dance playlist. Hold on. What about the, hold on, I can do one better. Ready for everybody to get owned? Okay, ready? Cause baby, you are gonna be the one that saves me. Cause I'm a wall. I'm your wonder wall. That one? That's one of my, yeah. Anyway, here's my wonder wall. It's a blunder ball. Oh, I got another one. Ready? Hold on. I got another one. Hold on. Hold on. The time is over now. It's time to go to high school. You're in a middle school graduation and it's time. And in you go and you'll be old in no time. You'll look on back and you won't remember anyone's names. It's something unforgettable, but in the end it's right. I hope you had the times of your lives. Where? Oh, I got another one. Hold on, I got another one. Wait, hold on. Hold on, let me get this one. Let me try to remember the lyrics for this one. On holiday, on holiday. Remember that one? You guys remember that one? George Bush is really bad. He smells bad and I don't like his policies. That's the way you got to go on holiday. There you go. I like Obama so much more. He's really cool and he don't do as much war. All right, hold on. So let's see. System of a Down. So why'd I leave the meat up on the table? Because I wanted to. I left the sandwich out up on the table. I wanted to. That one? That one? There you go. Take that. Wake up! Wake up! Oh. Oh my God. Hold on. Creed. We gotta do Creed. I'm 6 feet down and I can't go so much more, and I'm thinking maybe 6 feet ain't so far down. What about that? Oh, and then of course, let's not go there. Let's not go to the infinitely horrible depths, because I know you're out there. And I bet some of you people who got mad, oh, we're gonna get there, don't you worry. Just wait. Dun, 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 ba-da-da-boom, boom, boom, boom. I flew up into the atmosphere and drops of feet went in my ear. Oh yeah, space rocks and shit. That one? Oh yeah. And 1 million fireflies, they eat up all your eyes. The lights go down and they come up. I smoked some green crack. It made me throw out my back. And now we're going up in the sky. Why do you have to be so weird? Oh, planet Earth has 4 pairs There you go. Ah. Oh yeah, not that one. Hey, hey, you, I don't like your girlfriend. Wait, they did? I didn't know they became Christian rock. I thought they were Christian music. Wait, Less Than Jake? No, I don't know any less than, I can't think of any Less Than Jake. I can, however, get you a sody for that beautiful singing voice. Oh, keep in mind, I have zero practice singing right now. And I have headphones on, and yeah. I probably could sing if I wanted to try, but I'm not trying to, so. Ooh, Sufjan Stevens. That's fucking Sufjan Stevens. I do love that song though. It is actually good, but it's true. Okay, you don't like all this music. Wait, I actually do like some of this music. You're missing the point. What are we gonna talk about here beyond taste in music? Nothing. This was all just a joke. All I wanted to do was make fun of music. I actually don't have any intentions for us to talk about anything meaningful. What, you came to my stream expecting to learn something? Suck my cock. The joke was that you came here seeking knowledge. Just kidding. I'm gaslighting you. You know what a custardome is? No, I don't know what that is. Is that because you have no real takes on music? No, I do. I just wanna see who gets triggered first. I didn't even do any Coldplay. Cause it's paradise, 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 ooh, and then in comes the stadium. That thing. Paramore? I don't know that many Paramore songs. Oh, people want me to do Muse? Okay, but Muse is Muse is unironically good. Like, I don't have a whole lot to critique about Muse, except for that I don't know, some of their music is all about how they want to rise up, but they're like the most lib band ever. Like, I have fun with them. I just don't really know. A paranoia is in bloom in the room, and then I'm gonna go out and walk outside. I'm gonna fly up and take the man out right. Got a gun and I'm gonna rise up by voting on time on November. I gotta do my part and pay my taxes on my property. What's my favorite metal band? I don't think I have a single one, but I do really love Bring Me the Horizon. And whenever somebody mentions a metal band, I always go, wow, I sure do love Bring Me the Horizon. That one? I don't know any more of that. Bring Me the Horizon is pop metalcore. Well, they are now, and I do still like their new stuff. But yeah, I just think Bring Me the Horizon is poggers. Who else should I make fun of? I mean, I could go on forever. Baby, 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 ooh, baby, 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 whoa. Okay, I can't make fun of Mariah Carey. I can't really make fun of Taylor Swift either. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I can make fun of that one. This is my fight song. Everybody is right song. Nobody is wrong song. Vote for Hillary, cause this is our fight song. It is a feminist song. I don't know why it is, but vote for Hill Dog. Hey, Corey Clayton, I'm being phenomenally silly right now. Make fun of Evanescence? Evanescence? See, the problem with Evanescence, yeah, I could make fun of Evanescence, where they're like, hold on, but I always get them mixed up. I get them mixed up with a Linkin Park song. Da, 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 da. Wake me up inside. Wake me up inside. But everybody knows that one. It's meme to death. It's meme to death. Crawling in my skin. There you go. Oh, what about this one? Hold on. So you had a bad day, you taking one down, you beat one out and you get along. You forget your dog at the store. You woke up late and you're really sad. You had a bad day. You had a bad day. What is happening? Oh, I'm goofing around like really hard right now. And for some reason, my hair is like misbehaving on me. It's like really bothering me, actually. Ugh. Oh, thanks. I don't know why it's bothering me so much. It's probably nothing wrong with it, but... By the way, if you're here and you haven't pressed like on the stream, please press like on the stream. It's Friday, so I know we're not as likely to have as many people because people are out living their life and touching grass, which is great. But we're here, so press the like button. Broken by Seether? I don't even think I remember that song. What about this one? Is that a good one? Did you guys like that one? Do you know which one that one was? I can't do ICP. What about, oh my God, wait, this one's gonna trigger some people, okay? This is gonna trigger some people. All right, ready? I found God on the corner of 5th and Marinold. I found my way all the way back home. And I found Mom at the top of my stairway. You know that one? And then it goes, and then it's like, I can't remember how it goes. I'm not triggered? Yeah, if you're not triggered right now. The Red Hot Chili Peppers. That's how it goes. I don't know any of the lyrics. I mean, I actually quite like the Red Hot Chili Peppers. But, oh yeah, how to save a life. Ooh, I got another one. Hold on, I got another one. Ready? Hold on, I got another one. Wait, hold on. Can I remember this one? Wait, can I remember how this one goes? Hold on. No, I'm not gonna be able to remember it. Never mind. I mean, of course there's I'm blue, but that's too easy. Okay, yeah, but post 2001 country music is like that's like looking at a blasted wasteland and going, well, and like comparing it to anything else and just going, well, at least there's something there. But it's like it's a blasted wasteland, so this is just the Cumtown Seven Nation Army. I didn't know there was a Seven Nation Army bit. I haven't even seen that. Yeah, I hope somebody will stitch all these together. I've got my spine and I've got my orange crush. I don't know what that means. I'm blue. Oh, okay, but the Cranberries, like, I don't have any, I have like basically zero critiques for the Cranberries. Except that they did a 9/11 song, which seems funny. But I can't make fun of the Cranberries because the Cranberries are like they're like too good. I have too much honor for them. Hello, Vivian. You're gonna overtake me? Yeah, I suck on Twitter. I don't know why. I don't know. Twitter's boring. People don't like me on Twitter because I don't post good things. Or I guess I do, but I don't know. Zombie, 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 Trying to think if there's any other insufferable songs. Are you human? Or are we dancing? The funny, see, okay. Now we can all talk about this, okay, everybody? The secret ruse was that this whole thing has just been a setup, a gigantic, unbelievable ruse to talk about the fact that all of you people have terrible taste in music, and so does everyone else, okay? And some people have worse taste in music than others, it's true. But guess what? It barely matters, okay? And here's the secret. The secret truth is that all of you have at some point listened to the most insufferable, embarrassing music you can possibly imagine. And if you don't believe me, let me just show you something, okay? All right, let me show you something, okay? There's 2 points I need to make, okay? But first I have to show you something, all right? And the first one is very simple. This is just keep in mind, this is I searched this just off the top of my head, okay? So what this is nightcore electro swing, okay? Now, I know that some people here are gonna be all up in arms about electro swing. But you shouldn't really spend much time being mad about electro swing when nightcore electro swing is a thriving genre. Let me tell you, there are a lot of nightcore electro swing videos out there, and there's a suspiciously large amount of people listening to them. So who could it be? What I think is that the world is full of elitists. So what prompted all of this, you might be asking? You might be asking, oh mama, what's got you singing all these songs and mocking everybody's musical tastes? Well, it's quite simple. A popular streamer that we all know around these parts by the name of Vaush tweeted, I like Imagine Dragons. And of course, as you can imagine, there was a lot of negative reactions here. You know, death, I officially need to stop defending Vaush, you know, this checks out. Now, we know a lot of people are goofing about this, okay? We know a lot of people have been goofing about liking Imagine Dragons, and I suspect personally that Vaush knew he was gonna get a lot of shit. However, some time ago, this same content creator also said that they liked electro swing, and what happened was there was so much actual elitism that I couldn't help but defend electro swing just a little bit. And I do, just for the record, I do think that Imagine Dragons is like one of the worst pop bands that I've ever had to listen to. And I do also have, you know, very limited patience for a lot of electro swing. But guess what? I also think that 99% of what everyone else listens to is also trash, okay? Because guess what? People listen to a lot of trash. As it turns out, people listen to an incredible fucking amount of music. And the fact that so many people, not just knew, but actually liked all of the goofy songs that I was singing in the beginning just goes to show that for a fact, the audience here that would judge this man for his musical tastes, that would treat him so horribly for him liking one of the most embarrassing bands in the history of the world, are themselves very embarrassing. And don't get me wrong, I just want to be sure that everyone understands Imagine Dragons is an embarrassing band. They have a song, their worst rated song, interestingly, is a song by the name of Thunder, which some of you who came in a little earlier would have heard me singing. It goes something like this. This is the rendition. Are you ready? Are you ready? Thunder, I am thunder in the thunder, and it claps like thunder, thunder. And it does that for 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Thunder, you are thunder, a clap of thunder, everybody thunder, thunder. And there's thunder, and oh my God, it is so bad. So, there's no love lost between me and Imagine Dragons. But I want to make sure that I remind the chatters out there, the music elitists who think that they can show up in other people's mentions and roast people for their music tastes. I bet you like some other garbage. I bet you like fucking Mumford & Sons or fucking, I don't even know. Let they who is without musical sin cast the first strum. Okay? Disturbed, Creed, Kings of Leon, Katy Perry, fuck, how many do I, oh, the Black Eyed Peas, Mumford & Sons. Hey, oh, don't even get me started on K-pop. Literally manufactured. How many more? Did I repeat one? I probably did repeat one. Thunder is an amazing song. Well, okay, if you say so. Sure, Trippie Redd even. Go ahead, hate on Trippie Redd. Go ahead. I like Trippie personally. You hate all that shit? I'm throwing the strum? Not happening. Not happening. Coldplay. Yes, that's right, you sinners. Train. I bet a ton of you in middle school and high school listened to Train songs on repeat. And let me tell you, there is no excuse. If you liked a Train song, you liked garbage. Train songs are the worst. And Coldplay is embarrassing. Oh, Windleby in here probably listens to like Windleby's sitting over here being like, oh yeah, I don't have any shit taste, but you probably listen to like Hang Drum number 5 by some fucking weird hippie sitting on a hill going boom 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 boom. Don't give me that shit. Everybody likes shit music, okay? And you know what? It is okay. It's all right. It's okay. It's okay to like garbage. My Chemical Romance. Oh, wait. You want to know who else? You want to know some other people who are out there? Fucking, what about people who liked John Mayer? What about people who liked, even worse, Jason Mraz? Jason Mraz. I bet there were some of you Jason Mraz people out there too. The little ukulele asshole. John Mayer is a good guitarist, but let's be real here. Coldplay, of course, all these bands have good songs, okay? What if you were 12 and you like to play ukulele? Listen, I'm not judging you, okay? I'm counter-judging. I'm showing everyone why you shouldn't judge. Because I know your cringe asses listen to some weird cringe ass shit. I know it. That's just how music is. It's just how it is. It's just how it goes. And you want to know what? It's radioactive, radioactive. You shouldn't judge it. You shouldn't judge musical taste, cause yours are just as bad. Look at that, wrapped it right around. Bam, cut it, bam, that's the segment, whoop. Bloodborne OST on loop supremacy, true. Oh, man, I love What's New Scooby-Doo? He's coming back for you. And it's all that mystery. His name is Scooby-Doo. What's New Scooby-Doo? Da-da-da-da-da, na-na-na-na-na. Yeah, oh yeah, sorry. Here's the big reveal. The big reveal is that I hate Imagine Dragons, but most of the other bands that were mentioned in this segment and the part before are bands that I like. I like Evanescence. Oh, I like Green Day. Oh, I love Jason. Not Jason Mraz. I actually hate Jason Mraz. I love John Mayer. Loved John Mayer. Oh, I couldn't get enough John Mayer back in the day. So, you know. Oh, I like the Killers. I didn't know that. That's cool. Wait, that's really cool. I didn't know that, Socialist Potato. Oh, Rise Against? Love Rise Against. Okay, I don't really like Train, but I did like Train at one point, kind of. Are you human? Or are we dancing? I love the Killers. Oh, Fleetwood Mac. Ooh. I bet you like Five Finger Death Punch. I liked one or two songs by Five Finger Death Punch. You've seen the Killers in concert? The person I've seen most in concert is Ben Folds. Ben Folds. Honestly, Five Finger Death Punch was not my favorite band, but there was a couple. There were a couple that I liked. I really liked, in high school, there was a whole, I went through a lot of things. I really liked Mayer. I really liked Ben Folds. Both, actually, Windleby. Yeah, I saw Pomplamoose, and it was a bad experience, but that's okay. It happens sometimes. Yeah. How do you feel about Glory Hammer? Wait, isn't that the band that did the song, where they're like, fight to the goblins on the mountain, rise with the hammer of glory, rise, fight the dragons in heaven. I don't like them. They make me mad. It's okay though. Are you open to receiving music suggestions for when you feel like discovering new things? Sure. Although I can't always promise I'll get to them. What's your opinion on Ghosts? They can be fun. I've had some fun with Slayer. Yeah, Slayer can be fun. I'm trying to remember what like, I mean, it's interesting. So it's funny. I'm like the least musical elitist person you'll ever meet because I don't know. I grew up on like Christian hymns and shit. So like I really have 0% musical elitism, except for when it comes to like if you like 9/11 tributes, and at that point then you can kind of like, you know, just disappear. Just please stop. But I actually have playlists dating back to like 10 years ago that I made. Let's see. I have just right here, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years of music that I've liked. I'm pretty good about documenting the music that I like. So I have a pretty varied music taste. And one of the things, guys, ready? Are you guys ready for the cringiest thing of all? You want to know something that I like? Acapella. I fucking love acapella. And tons of people fucking hate that shit. But I love acapella. Love it. Fucking love it. I can't get enough of it. So there you go. There you go. There you go. That's my opinions on the music discourse. Real take on Bojark? What's Bojark? Bojark. I can't stand pentatonics. Bjork? Oh, I like some of Bjork. No, it's not basically a barbershop quartet. A barbershop quartet has very, very different structure than most a cappella, but it is, but fair enough. Bjork. I haven't like listened to a ton of Bjork, but I do like some of Bjork stuff. I don't know a Bjork song offhand. Oh, you want to know a cringe music that I'll admit to liking? Is, oh no, why can't I think of her name? Hold on. Regina Spektor. Regina Spektor. I used to love the shit out of Regina Spektor. And a lot of people find Regina Spektor insufferable. But I actually quite like her. Even though she's painfully twee and quirky. She is very good, in my opinion. Oh, it was Simple Plan. Regina Spektor has some pretty fucking beautiful music. No, I did not. Oh wait, yes I did. Yes I did, Sam Demand. Yes I did. I did quite like that. I made a PowerPoint music video for a Simple Plan song once for a school project. Oh yeah, I'm familiar with both of them, Vampire Leftist. What's on the agenda today? Well, today we are going to talk about, first of all, I just did this. I did the music discourse that I thought would be very fun. And next, I'm going to tell all of the trans women in chat how to have a perfect transition. Are you ready? Are you all ready? Because if you want to know how to have a perfect transition 100% of the time, I'm about to give you the hottest tips in how to transition perfectly. Without any issues whatsoever. You will be perfect. You will become a cis woman. Okay? And I hate to tell you, but the process is going to be much harder for the trans masks. But you guys are welcome to try it. You're welcome to try it, but I just want to make sure that you guys know that this is definitely going to be a trans feminine, a trans femme focused one, okay? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm super sorry, but here we go. Without any further ado, the guide to a perfect transition, all right? Oh, thank you, Rick Wallace, for the $5. I have not heard that one, but I probably should check it out. Here, without any further ado, thank you for the $5, like and subscribe, etc., etc. Here we go, all right? I have thanks to an incredible amount of internet research, I have reverse engineered the perfect tactic to become a cis woman. This is the one trick that they do not want you to know, okay? And it took me a very long time delving through ancient texts to discover this. So let's begin, everyone. We're gonna get this nice and big on the screen here together. This is going to be called How to Be More Feminine, okay? Here we go. We're gonna just imagine, actually here, I think I can do this by going like, there we go. How to be more feminine. We'll just put how to be more femme, and then we're gonna draw little, you know, little girl symbols over here, everybody. There you go. Woo-hoo! All right, everybody. Number 1, always masturbate. Always. You must be constantly, at all moments, be masturbating. You cannot stop. You must never stop. You must constantly masturbate. As we can see by reverse engineering the techniques for perfect masculinity, the only answer is to be constantly in a state of arousal. Because as we all know, women being, you know, being the out of control emotional things they are, you should have no self-control at all. None. You must always be masturbating. Secondly, do not lift anything at all. Lift nothing. Make men lift it for you. Hold on, let me show you. Here we go. Men, I have to scribble this out because I fucked up. Men do lifting. Women are weak. Do not lift. Be weak. Make the men do it. Next, destroy or undermine or sabotage a business. Sabotage. You cannot be a woman if you have not sabotaged a business. That is the only way to achieve true femininity. You will not be allowed in. Sabotage. Okay? You must. It's very simple. Next, this says eat more red meat. Become a vegan. This is not what you must do. You must veganize. No more meat. You can't eat any more meat. If you eat a burger, you're not a woman. That's how it goes. Vegan. Vegan. Understand? This says control your emotions. Well, we must, as we know, reverse engineer this. And the answer is to always unleash your emotions in full, AKA, you need to become untreated borderline personality disorder, okay? There you go. There you go. Untreated BPD is the answer to becoming a true woman, okay? There you go. Whatever you do, never doubt your emotions, no matter how intense they are. It is, if you want to be a woman, you must always be impulsive. You must always give in to your emotions, no matter what, okay? Next, eat 5 eggs a day. Wrong. Lay 5 eggs a day. That is the answer. You must lay 5 eggs per day. If eating eggs makes you a man, laying eggs makes you a woman. It's as simple as that. Lay 5 eggs per day. There we go. Wow, that was getting a little messy over there. It's hard to read this at the moment. Okay? Give up alcohol. No. No, 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 no. Nope. Obviously, the answer is become a day drunk. Become drunk. Absolutely feminine trait here, being drunk, okay? Always. If you're always drunk, stop smoking weed. Well, obviously, this is a tough one because you can't just do the opposite. You need to also embrace a weed lifestyle, which means you need to become weed. You need to smoke so much weed that if they were to do a genetic test on you, they would come up with at least mostly weed, okay? Become weed. Cold showers. Never shower, ever, never. Women do not need to shower. True women have no smell at all, except for flowers when they need to. Never shower. That's the answer to becoming a woman. You just do not wash. Do not wash yourself and you will be as womanly as possible. Yeah, that's the answer. Isn't most weed a lady plant? Yes, that is true. That's why. That's why it's very important. No, not scalding hot showers. No, no, you don't need to shower at all. Men have to take cold showers. Women don't have to shower. Last of all, meditate. Well, this one's the easiest of all. Simply stop thinking. No thoughts, head empty. No thoughts. Brain smooth. See, notice how the thoughts just go right over it? Look at how easy it is. So once again, let's run through it again. The guide to having a perfect transition for feminine people is to always masturbate, never lift a finger. Don't move, do not pick up anything. If somebody tries to get you to pick something up, yell at a local man to do the lifting. Next, sabotage or destroy a business. You can do it in your own way. You can decide. It doesn't have to be as a part of a riot, though that might be the most fun way to do it. And of course, you must go vegan. You need to develop a severely untreated case of BPD. You need to lay 5 eggs a day, become a day drunk, literally smoke so much weed that your genetics detects like THC in your DNA, never shower at all because women don't need to shower, and of course, abandon thinking, become animal. It's simple. It's so simple. Isn't this just great? See, now you know. My body is keef, my blood is THC. True! Become dependent on THC. Yes, this is the only way. Obviously, everyone, that is clearly a joke, but something that's strangely popular on the internet are these weird how to be more masculine accounts. Now, there are a lot of these, and a lot of these actually have quite a lot of followers. If you'll notice, this account called Masculine Retention. Masculine Retention has like 58,000 followers. And, you know, they have such incredible advice. I'm sorry, I hate to tell you this, but apparently becoming a man is much, much harder than being a woman. You have to basically live a life of complete and utter chastity, like a nun. You must lift weights. You need to start a business. Remember, every man has to start a business, which is interesting to think about because by the definition of most businesses, businesses aren't solo ventures. You usually have employees. So unless you're only employing women, well then not every man can be masculine, which means there's a maximum limit of men on the planet who can be men and who aren't going to be subservient. It's a very strange worldview, you know? You need to, you know, as you can see, you need to eat as much red meat as possible, despite the fact that is definitely not good for your health. You need to, you know, box things in, never talk to your partners or friends about your emotions. You basically need to seal yourself off and become an agonized, isolated, and alienated human. You need to eat 5 eggs a day for some reason, I don't know. Never drink again, don't smoke any weed, don't even have warmth. I can't help but feel that any person who tries to adhere to this type of lifestyle is actually making themselves genuinely miserable. And that's something that's really weird to me. Mixed in with like all of the like, this like weird resurgence of like red pillar, pickup artist bullshit. Every single time there's like a resurgence of this stuff, there's always a resurgence of this strange, like de-evolved form of stoicism. And what they basically ask people to do is become perpetually miserable. And then the spaces that they all hang out in, trying to help each other become more manly and whatever, well, those spaces just become increasingly miserable. Every person in the space is miserable. Every other person in the space is miserable. And they're all reinforcing one another's misery. It's a life of like complete chastity for what? To attain masculinity? Which apparently in this one, in this person's viewpoint is like never masturbating, never having warmth in your shower. Yeah, there's a lot of grugs out there these days. But let me tell you something. This is not a way to happiness for the vast majority of people. While it is true that some people will gain a lot of happiness from living a very controlled life, the vast majority of people cannot and do not want to live like that. But of course, accounts that are out there trying to make a buck off of taking advantage of sad people and selling them snake oil solutions. Of course, those people are going to tell you they have the answer. And of course, they're going to tell you things that are, you know, usually just end up aligning with weird, hyper-Christian, almost like fascistic aesthetics of manhood. It's pretty strange. Yeah, see? So, like I said, you now know the true way to become a woman or a man. It just, I'm gonna guess that most people following this, they're just gonna become women, aren't they? Well, Scoots Monkey, I'm sorry to hear that. Scoots Monkey says, I haven't removed my cage for half a decade and I'm doing great aside from minor necrosis and MRSA. Yes. Yes, I'm sure you're doing just fine. Oh, Spyro Gal asks, how do I become a non-binary? Oh, that's easy. You just do whatever the fuck you want. That's easy. It's so easy. Being a non-binary is like living life on cheat mode. You just get to be whatever the fuck you want, and everybody else has to cope about it.
Bazinga.
No, the 50-50 doesn't work because they'll just cancel each other out. You have to just do whatever the fuck you want. You have to just turn off your brain to the rules and just ignore them completely. Yeah, NB is life on God mode. You just ascend and you're just cool. That's just how it goes. All right? So there you go. That was the second thing I wanted to talk about today. I hope you enjoyed me teaching you how to be how to have perfect transition results, okay? Okay, I have something else, okay? Today is a day of lots of fun little things. I have some very fun little things for us to do today. Today is a day of many such things, okay? So today I have a special treat. This is nothing that you've ever seen me do before, okay? Did you ever do the fire to heat thing? I don't know what that means. How do I lay more than 5 eggs a day? Sounds like a skill issue. I like men? Congratulations. Are we just banging out quick 10-minute segments today? Making my life super easy? Yes. Danny, I've decided to do more little fun bits like this because, I don't know, I've been having fun doing little bits. So yes, I'm making your life super easy, making little bits for us to do, to enjoy, and we'll be able to put them up easier and have fun. They don't gotta I've been doing a lot of work on long segments, but we gotta have some fun with little short segments. What's the best Dorito flavor? There is no best Dorito flavor. The best Dorito flavor is not eating Doritos and knowing that you don't have to taste Doritos. Ho-ho! All right, everybody. Do you get to be an imp now? Yeah, you can be an imp now. Welcome. Okay, everybody, hold on. I gotta open this up for us, okay? I got a special little bit for us to do today. This one's a special one, okay? You guys love it when we do draw segments, right? Well, guess what? Today, we have a draw segment of draw segments, okay? Because today, we are going to be looking at one of the strangest houses I've ever seen in my entire life. Now, this is a very out of character thing, unless you know the old days. The old days of my stream, you might remember, I used to look at funny houses on the internet. But today, we have to talk about a specific house. And by the way, this house is apparently real, okay? So at first, I did not believe that this was real, but I have since had confirmation that this has been looked up on Zillow and it does exist, okay? So let's take a look at one of the worst houses I've ever witnessed in my entire life, okay? This is a extremely expensive property, by the way. Just so you know, I believe this property costs over $1 million, okay? Over $1 million, okay, in California. So I want to just show you. You might look at this and you go, huh, I can't quite tell exactly what's going on. But I assure you, this is no normal house, okay? So let's begin. Let's just try. We're gonna explore our way through this house as if we're gonna get a nice color here. We're gonna use red because, you know, I'm a demon. So here's us. We are going to enter the house through the entrance. The entrance. Okay, hold on. We're gonna enter through the entrance. So the garage appears to have a door here, but there's nowhere actually that connects into the house. So we can't enter through the garage. So we gotta go back out of the garage. Okay, which means next we're gonna enter through the living room? All right, we're gonna enter through the living room. Okay, so this is where, wait, that's a window? No, that's a door. Oh, this is a window. Oh my goodness, I thought that was a door. So we have to go in the garage like this, then we go down over here, okay? So the garage has no connection to the rest of the house except for apparently sharing a wall here, which is certainly a very interesting decision. But anyway, let's try to find our way into the house. You've been invited over for some Netflix and chill. You know, you heard that your friend got a cool ass place. And let's find out, okay? So it looks like the way you can enter here is through the living room. So you enter the living room and you might be like, well, okay, so the living room's here and there's a window out here. How do I get to the rest of the house? You might look into the living room and be like, wow, this place seems pretty small. There's only one room off of it and it's the dining room and the kitchen. So if you walked into here, if you're sitting here at the end of this thing, you might think that you're in a studio. You know, you might be like, oh, okay, so the dining room and living room is together, the kitchen's over here, and then maybe there's a bedroom. No, incorrect. If you want to get to the bedrooms, you need to walk from the living room, through the dining area, squeeze through the kitchen, pass through the laundry room, and then you enter into the bonus room. The bonus room, which is only connected to the laundry room and to the other bedrooms. So you can't even access the rest of the house from the living room without passing through 3 other rooms, which might have people in it. So now you're in the bonus room. As for what a bonus room is, I have no fucking clue. I do not know what a bonus room is. But let's say that your pal, your fuck buddy, whatever, we're gonna put your fuck buddy over here. Here's your fuck buddy, okay? And you're just trying to get to your fuck buddy, okay? You just want to Netflix and chill. All right, so we're gonna draw a little fuck buddy in the master bedroom, okay? Just so we have a little bit more of a clear goal. Here they are. Boop, boop. And they're smiling, they're in their room, okay? So, here you are in the bonus room. Now, I would assume that the bonus room is much more likely to end up being a living room, right? So, you might go, okay, well, maybe this is the way to continue through the house. Oh, nope, that's not correct. That is somebody's bedroom, and it's only 10 feet by 10 feet. So this is a tiny bedroom, and there's no exits to anywhere else. Instead, if you want to get to the other rooms in the house, you have to cross through this tiny bathroom, a 7-foot bathroom that includes a tiny closet. You need to cross through there and you will enter into another bedroom. So this bedroom is connected to this hallway, which is connected to the bathroom. The bathroom is the main way that connects all of the rooms of this house. You cannot get from anywhere else in the house to the master bedroom without crossing directly through the bathroom. If somebody is having a stomach ache and they're taking a big old shit, you're fucked. Can you imagine every single time your roommate fucking goes to the gym and stocks up on fucking protein and has a giant disgusting protein shit that you're just trapped on that side of the house unless you decide to climb out the window? Which, I mean, sure, provided that this is on the ground floor, climbing out the window is an option. Now, you might have been confused. You might be like, well, I don't know where I'm going here, but let's say you made it to the master bedroom. Congratulations, you made it to the master bedroom. And here's your little fuck buddy. You get in there and they say, wow, it's great to see you. Let's sit down and watch some Netflix. And they go, do you want to go get some coffee first? Oh, God damn it. Now, you both will change this now. We're gonna change this to purple so that we can understand that this is a separate trip than entering the house. You have to go back here, cross through the bedroom, through the bathroom again, hope nobody's in there, through the bonus room, down through the laundry room, all the way to the kitchen. Hopefully you'll be able to grab your snacks and drinks here, and then you'll have to cross back through the laundry room, back through the bonus room, back through the bathroom, and just hope that no one in this 1, 2, 3, 4 bedroom house has to use the bathroom or take a shower at all during that entire time. Okay? Oh yeah, there's another bathroom over here for whoever got this one. This is the lucky sucker, by the way. We'll give this person a little gold star. Whoever has this room has basically the best deal in the house because they have a bathroom that's located right here, which they can always use no matter what. Doe says, look out for the Black Knight in the laundry room. If you beat him, there's a sick lightning resist ring in the washer. True! Fucking true, it's a Dark Souls level. So, you bring back the drinks, you bring back the popcorn, you bring back whatever. Uh-oh. The popcorn was, you put some spicy chili lime mix on there. Now you gotta go to the bathroom. So it's you again. You're like, sorry, my love. I'm enjoying the Netflix and chill. I'm enjoying the popcorn, but now I have to go to the bathroom. Now this guy, you can't go into this guy's room because, you know, that would be intruding on his space. But this person here just went to the bathroom. So you are now pacing back and forth here, waiting to go to the bathroom. And there's only one bathroom in the house that's publicly accessible. So if this person goes to the bathroom, you're fucked. If this person has to go to the bathroom, you're also fucked. So you might be pacing back and forth here, pissing and shitting yourself. And guess what? It's all within sight of your dearly beloved. Your dearly beloved can see you holding your ass so you don't blow up all over the floor, you know, clenching and going, oh God. And you don't want to be rude. You don't want to knock. You don't want to do anything like that. But Windleby says, sorry, my love, but the delectable treats we dined on earlier is causing a disturbance I cannot afford to ignore. Be back in 30. More like, be back in an hour because somebody else is already in the bathroom and they're already having a fucking diarrhea dump from all the bullshit that they ate. Now, there's more, okay? Let's be fair to this house, okay? Let's be fair to this house, all right? Let's pretend we're gonna erase all of this for now, okay? We're gonna erase all of this, all right? Let's pretend that you're not gonna go into the master bedroom, okay? No master bedroom, all right? Instead, you've decided to go over to your friend's house for a movie watching. You're gonna sit here on this couch. This is gonna be a couch. Just pretend this is like a couch, okay? Here's the couch. All right? And and this is the TV over here. We'll put a little TV, or we should probably make that blue. All right? So you're watching the TV. Here's the little TV with the lights on it, you know, blah, blah, blah. You're watching a movie with your buddies. Now, we've already talked about the fact that you need to basically, you need to essentially, you know, ration the bathrooms. But there's another thing to consider. Let's pretend that your friends are very, very, you know, they're very generous and they don't care too much about privacy. Maybe the person who lives in this room will let you use their bathroom, But keep in mind, you can only get to this bathroom if nobody uses this bathroom first. So you need to establish a rule in your house that says that you fill the bathrooms in the correct order. So the first person who goes to the bathroom must always go in here to this person's room and their private bathroom. This bathroom must be used second. Okay? But there's more. Because keep in mind that let's imagine that you guys are drinking lots of beers and everything like that, okay? And everybody's got, maybe you've been having some mozzarella sticks or you ordered pizza and so everybody's stomachs are a little whatever. Well, what happens if this bathroom here and this bathroom here are both full, okay? Well, if you happen to be sitting in this room, whether you have to go to the bathroom or not, you're going to have to hear through these thin-ass walls 2 people farting and shitting their brains out. And I'm telling you, unless you've got a really, really strong fucking sound system, you're gonna hear every last fucking fart. Every last grunt, every last unfortunate thing is gonna blast right through these thin-ass walls. And they're on both sides of the room, so you aren't escaping it. You might even get 3D sound toilet noises. And whenever somebody flushes the toilet, you're gonna hear that. Whenever somebody sneezes, they're gonna hear that. If you turn on the fan's gonna be rattling the entire time you're trying to watch your movie. But it gets worse. Because what's this right next to this room? It's the fucking laundry room. So if somebody, one of the 4 people who, maybe more, because obviously people have partners, so who knows, you might have fucking 8 people in this goddamn house at some point. What if somebody has to do laundry? Which statistically, there will always be somebody needing to do laundry. You're gonna have the laundry machines banging around right over here, right next to you, your room, where there's already fucking toilet sounds assaulting your ears. So there's a number of serious problems going on here. But guess what? There's more. That's right. That's right. There's more. And these are the ones that you really came here for. This is the observance that you really came to see. Okay? Oh, true. There's no windows in either of the bathrooms. So yeah, good. If there's no fan in there, your house is gonna smell like shit. Okay, but let's talk about what else, okay? Because there's another problem. And the problem lies right here, okay? This wall, and this wall, all right? Now I want you to think about it. Let's look at the structure of this house. Where are you gonna put a bed in this house? Well, you can't put a bed in front of any of the doors because it would block the doors, okay? So if you have this bedroom or this bedroom, you have to decide which walls you're gonna put your bed on. Now, you can't use this wall. This wall is not possible because there's doors here, okay? This wall would be possible only if you do it far away from this side, and essentially you're limited to this spot right here for this bed, okay? Which means if you live in this room and you want to have sex or have a private conversation, good luck, because the living room and the kitchen are right next to your goddamn bed. And guess what else? That applies for the master bedroom as well. You can't put a bed here. You could maybe put a bed here depending on the type of window. You might be able to get away in the master bedroom by putting a bed like this, but that's gonna block your space. In truth, you have to put your bed like this, which means everything that you're doing, you're gonna be sitting here, talking, sexing, whatever, is gonna be blasting right through those thin walls directly into the living room. And guess what? The same thing applies here too. Because this bedroom, there's only one place you can put a bed, and that's right here. And guess what? This is the bonus room. So if you live in this bedroom, you're fucked too. Because guess what? There's that wall. And let's just chart real quick. One last thing to send it home, okay? This bedroom, this bedroom, this bedroom, and this bedroom all have to cross through the exact same space at all times. And these rooms, this bathroom is 7 by 7. That is a tiny room. A 7 by 7 bathroom that 3 of the bedrooms all have to cross through in order to get to any of the other rooms of the house. You have no other path. There is no door you can take. Fucking 3 people. Not to mention, this is a gigantic fire hazard. Because if this room, or most likely the kitchen or the laundry room, catch on fire during a fire hazard, everyone in here just dies. Everyone in the house just dies. And the most common area you're gonna have a fire is gonna be in the laundry room or the kitchen. Oh, so in the real house, there's a door here. Well, that helps a little. It doesn't help a lot, but it helps a little. Apparently, they've added a door since. Slight improvement. And what this really shows us, the real lesson to take away from all of this, is that people are very stupid, and you should always look at a house before you go there. Always, seriously, before you move in there. Before you move in, take some time to look at the actual floor plan and go visit the place. Did you know? I know. I bet you learning something in a Demon Mama stream, did you know that a higher percentage of people are renting houses sight unseen than ever before? Yeah, that's right. At this point in history, people are moving all over the country into houses they've only seen online. Can you imagine if you moved into your exciting new $1 million house sight unseen and right fucking here, this is what you ended up with? Yikes. Yikes. That's all I gotta say. Also, it really is very odd to me that the living room is where they expect you to have like your coats and crap. So like your living room is supposed to have like an entry area right here sharing with the dining area. You're just supposed to like, everybody just crowds in. What's the price? I don't know for sure, but I saw multiple people online saying that this place sells for over $1 million. And I don't know if that's true because it's really hard to verify these things. Let me see, maybe I can look it up. Let's see. Let's take it up, let's take a look, let's take a look. If anybody has the listing, let me know. Ah, it's coming up on Google already. Here we go. Oof, 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 everyone. I have bad news. It sold in 2021 for $780,000. $780,000. $4,400 a month. Oh, do they have pictures of the rooms? Do they have a picture of the bathroom? Guys, this is the picture of the bathroom you have to walk through to get to half of the house. Look at this. Everyone has to walk through this. This is that 7 by 7 space. Hello, sweet cheeks. These fucking tiny ass bedrooms. Every seashell has a story. This is the private bathroom, the one. Look at the other bathroom. The door won't even open properly. Oh my God. Wait a minute. Hold on. That's this one. Wait. You can see that in here. Look, in this is the main bathroom and the door doesn't even have enough room to not hit the sink. Absolutely absurd. This is in Glendora, California. Just absurd. Oh my God! These are the windows! Oh no, remember how I said the windows might be a fire escape? You might be able to crawl out the windows? Look at the fucking windows! They're prison windows! Also, yeah, what the heck? Joseph Nick, what the Nixon room? Why is this the Nixon room? Oh my God, is this like is this an SCP house? Just in general? Why does the baby have a Nixon room? Why does the baby have a gamer chair? Why are there two baby rooms? One that's themed around Nixon and another one that's themed around gamer. What is this? This is the bonus room? You can see that the path is completely obscured. Oh my God. You can, in the current house as it's set up, you can't even get through the bonus room. And there's 3 fans on the, I am so confused. The fans are off the chain. Why are there 1, 2, 3 fans in this room? Oh, this is the outdoor bar area. We didn't even look at that. This is the outdoor bar. You can actually see it's open over here. And you cannot, by the way, if we go back to the house, if we go back to the floor plan, you'll notice here's the outdoor bar. There is no entryway. There is no entryway. You have to go out of the house. You have to go out through the living room and in through the bar. There's no access. This is a fucking window into the laundry room. Yeah, you could climb through the laundry room window if you really wanted to. But no, instead, let's say you're in here. Let's just chart. You're in your master bedroom. You get a text. Your buddy says, hey, you want to have some drinks out in the outdoor bar? And you're like, yippee! Oh, Fortnite and cola! And then you're like, zip, zip, zip. You got to go all the way down here. You're losing your breath. Oh my God, finally. Oh, hey, look, it's got a pool, apparently. Wait a minute. It's got a pool. It's got a tiny pool. Oh my God, wait, this is worse. Okay, you can see here that the windows to the laundry are actually sliding glass doors. Okay, that makes it slightly better. Hold on, we have a small correction to make. I want to be fair to this disgusting house. If you're excited for your Fortnite and cola, you go over here, and then there's a sliding glass door through the laundry room. And then over here, out here in the outdoor bar, there appears to be a pool taking up this part of it, and this is actually like the indoor portion. You can see here, but take a look at this. I know that you might not have thought about this, but hold on, how do I, there we go. Notice all this pool equipment? So these are pool pumps. These are not quiet, not at all. If you've ever lived in a house with a pool, my dad, my dad, for a portion of my life, did have a pool. So when I was in the summers, I would stay with my dad. And our bedroom was right next to the pool pump. And let me tell you, we would get woken up by that shit all the time. And guess what's right here? The poor sucker's bedroom window is right next to the gigantic pool pump. I think the pool is in the upper right portion of the map. Okay, maybe we can map this out a little better. Hold on. So you think, oh, you think the pool's here. Okay, oh, actually, wait, that would make sense. That would make sense because the pump would be right here. Yeah, so the pool is actually, over here. This is where that weird shaped pool is. And then the pool pump is like right here next to this guy's window. Holy fucking shit. It does have central air. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Looks like the entire budget for the house went on to building this gigantic, prison-like concrete wall and this absurdly weird pool. It has a hot tub. It has a hot tub that you can easily fall into. Did they add a door? Let's take a look. So this confirms there's no door from the garage. There is no way in from the garage. The garage is completely separate. Let's see if we can find the door. No. Oh, they did. There's a new door. Ah, that makes it slightly better. Like I said, slightly better. So yes, in the current version of the house, there's a door here. So you can go, there's two ways out now. It doesn't change the fact that to get to the bonus room from here, you have to go through, you all have to pass through the bathroom, but this is still a choke point, but it's slightly less of a choke point. The credit where credit is due. Incredible. Fucking incredible. Absolutely incredible. It's mildly less of a safety issue. Yeah, there's no master bathroom. You just get fucked. You get slightly more room space. Well, I hope you all enjoyed me going through that absolute madness of like a Dark Souls level design. Looks like a catacomb that like scary bugs would live in. Also, the mock decor here is pretty atrocious, but you know, that's not really their fault. I'm still baffled by the Nixon room though. I don't get it. Are you like trying to train your kid to be a hustler from day one or something? I don't know. Anyway, I thought that would be fun for us to go over, and as it turns out, it was. It was. You think the kid's first name was Nixon? Well, it said Joseph Nixon on the wall, didn't it? Nixon? Isn't that what it said? Why did it say Joseph Nixon on the wall? Wait a minute, it did. Hold on a second. Why did it say Joseph Nixon? Maybe their last name is just Nixon and it's pure chance. Hold on. Wait a minute, I have to double check this. Did I misremember that? Did it say Richard Nixon? Maybe their last name is just Nixon and I'm being really mean right now. No, it says Joseph Nixon. Look, I'm not making this up. Look, Joseph Nixon. And then it says Nixon Place and it has American flag shit. Like, and Americana shit. This is definitely a reference to Nixon, but I think their last name is just Nixon and they just think that's cool. All right. No, ornate letter opener. Socialist Potato with the $5. Thank you very much. The new worst house reminds me of this already Lady and NB and Xenogender folks were landing in Fortnite. That terrible rich house or tilted towers. True. There's another famous house that we can look at. Okay? You guys want to look at another famous house? Okay? Because we haven't done this one in a while. Oh, this is so wild. You guys ever seen Groverhaus? Y'all ever seen Groverhaus? Let's do Groverhaus. Come on, some of y'all have never seen Groverhaus. Images of Groverhaus are hard to come by, so here's a thread where I will tweet some of my favorite Groverhaus images. They'll make you laugh, they'll make you cry, they'll make you ask what the fuck why, okay? So, for those of you who don't know, a little bit of brief history. Grover, quote unquote, Grover was a regular poster on a website called Something Awful. Something Awful was a very popular forum, often sort of put like side by side with 4chan. It had a different culture than 4chan, but it was similar, full of lots of shit posts, lots of bullshit, lots of weird harassment shit. Yes, it's 4chan. It's much like 4chan, okay? But there was a guy, a regular on that website, who posted about his experience buying and renovating a house, okay? So we're gonna go through and we're gonna look at some of the images of Groverhaus. I don't really care to get into the like lore of the Grover character because the Grover guy, I don't know what's up with him, but his house was interesting. So this is the house as it looked at the very beginning, okay? So this was the first image. This was the actual house before Grover started changing it. This right here is the photo manipulation, the master planning that was drawn by Grover himself, planning out what he wanted the house to look like in the end. As you can see, this was done in Microsoft Paint. So maybe not the best form of architectural planning, but yes, this was an image posted to the forum that was meant to show off what it was going to look like. And it's a little odd because over here you can kind of see that like this portion of the house, even in the mock-up, just kind of like plows into the backyard area. Yeah, so next. Something that was discovered very quickly was that this house was in a swamp. Actually, it was known that it was in a swamp before it was bought, but that didn't seem to matter to the infamous Grover. And he found himself almost immediately entering into a horrific battle against mud. Now, this might not like really make a lot of sense to most people. It doesn't even make a lot of sense to me because I'm not like a construction worker. But I hope everyone will be able to understand the basic idea, which is that a swamp is a very difficult thing to like get rid of. And the reason for that is because it's water on top of like semi-permeable mud on top of impermeable mud. So you have to dig very deep and you also have to get rid of all of that water and you need to make sure it doesn't flow back in because that's what created the swamp in the first place, is water flowing down and stagnating in an area. So that makes like clearing a marsh or clearing a swamp very, very difficult. And as you can see, the swamp challenge, it became a big deal immediately. This is the nightmare that you have to deal with when you're digging in a swamp. And another thing is that even, you can't just build on a swamp because if you put a piece of hard concrete on top of mud, it will sink. It will sink and it will break. It can go uneven. It can topple the whole house. It can pull the rest of the house down. It is very difficult to deal with swamps. So you have to be very careful if you're moving into a place that you're prepared for that type of challenge, okay? However, after much effort, a foundation was indeed laid over the swamp. I will do that right now. Let me check it real quick. Wait. Hold on. Some people might have updates for this. Hold on a second. Wait. What am I looking for in here? What am I looking for in here? Who's sending me what? Anyway. So here's the foundation, all right? We're gonna continue. Do we use the ladder or the wall to climb up there? So this is where, okay, I'll take a look at that in a minute, all right? I'll take a look at that in a minute, all right? So here we go. I thought it was relevant to this, my bad. So expensive and difficult, this is the beginning of it. They have walls set up over here. And now keep in mind, to my knowledge, they moved into this house pretty fucking early on, okay? But it's gonna get very, very interesting very quickly, okay? So here's our next setup, all right? So this is presumably the area, this is the area behind the upgraded garages built on the new foundation. And what we have here is a split level staircase with a window right here at the bottom of the first set of stairs. That is just the oddest thing, first of all, okay? You can see cracks in the foundation already. Yeah, listen, some of you out there know more about construction than me, and you're gonna be eating your hats, okay? Now, many people have noted that if you look at this picture, there are a lot of examples of slapshod, very uneven construction going on here. As you can see, for example, up here where my mouse is, you can see that there is a very obvious gap that's widening. It's a V-shaped gap here. This is not done. These are all uneven. It's very easy to tell. These look like they're outright splintered already. This is uneven and hanging over. There's a lot of unevenness on all throughout here. These boards are all very uneven. And even down here, you can tell just from looking at it that there's a lot of unevenness going on with the construction here. So even to an untrained eye, you can tell that this structure is let's just say creatively put together, okay? This says, boy, if Grover ever decides to install a tub with a gravel foundation on the second floor, let's hope he doesn't cut into that engineered lumber or else it's game over for Groverhaus. Now, this is something somebody will have to let me know. I don't know enough about house construction to tell you what's wrong with this, but I'm gonna guess that some people in the chat will be able to know what's wrong with this, okay? That's all I know, okay? Now, this was completed in at an incredibly rapid pace, okay? So one of the things that people were very worried about while this was being constructed is the fact that, like I said, it was being constructed at an unbelievable pace, an unrealistic pace, almost as if they were rushing through the construction so that they could live in the place as soon as possible at the cost of safety and quality, okay? And here we start to see some interesting decisions, like, for example, the rounded windows, which also, it is a little odd. I will say the children's toys in here is is very funny. The idea you're gonna have your kids running around on your unsafe construction site, building like a house that is destined to collapse. And then you've also got the idea to put in fucking dome windows. So here we see there is a dome window installed in the strangest location you can imagine. Why you would go through all the effort of putting in a dome window only to have it hanging weirdly over the edge of this overlook like you can't reach it to clean it, you can't set anything up on there, it's just floating there in the middle of nowhere. But apparently that was the vision. This is the grand vision. So this is when we start getting into the custom-made blueprints. So you have here what appears to be a dining room and kitchen added on, and an upper level added on to the garage. And then there's of course, the house here. Now you'll notice this is a little hard to see because of the quality, okay? But you'll notice here that we have, two doors that cannot possibly open at the same time. So these doors are like literally slamming into each other at all times, okay? So that's the first part. The rest of this is the old house, okay? That they were building onto. And so they've added this here, and then they've added a pantry that is separate, which in and of itself is not so bad, but it is a bit odd that they installed a new wall here when like, I don't know. It seems like it would have been better just to leave this open here so that you can go between these 3 areas easily. But I assume they didn't want to have an open door to the garage going directly into their kitchen. So there is no sense. I cannot make sense of any of this. This is apparently the HVAC ductworks that was done, again, DIY by the creator of this house. So somebody who's a specialist in HVAC, maybe you could tell me what's going on here, but I can't make sense of any of this. I don't know what any of this means. This looks like fucking scribbles to me. Okay? Oh, well, there's the answer. So this is what the ductwork ended up looking like at the end of the project. This is an actual picture of the progress ductwork designed again by the Grover. It loops into itself. Yeah, well. And this is yet another picture from a different angle. Just taped together in every way imaginable, just stretching out all over the place incomprehensibly. Yeah, to call it rough would be an understatement. Okay. Then you have the electrical work, which was done by Grover. I am not an electrician, so I can't tell you if this is wired properly, but I will say it does concern me that this is like put into the this is like DIY electrician work set into what appears to be extremely easily flammable wood. Okay? This appears to be in the garage. I can't quite tell though. There's a lot one could say about a lot here, but I find it noteworthy that apparently they let their kids play in an active construction area, as evidenced by the toys visible in so many of these photos. So this is the progress shot as they start to put together the stairs, as they have attached the let's say very, very interesting you know, supports. But you'll also notice that there are no supports for these stairs. These stairs are held together by only by being nailed into these beams over here. There's no supports for these stairs whatsoever. You just walk up and hope to God that they don't collapse in the middle. No supports, no fucking supports anywhere. Yeah, you just gotta rush up them and hope you don't fucking die. Nails. Fucking nails and screws into this fucking incomplete wall. What's with the nets? Presumably that was so that they could walk up and down them while it was still in construction. Yeah, it's gonna hurt if it breaks, yes. So here's some pipe work. Damn. One thing I love to do is to put staples around electrical cables. Nothing is better than when you use a staple gun to put staples around electrical cables. You know, I don't think anything can go wrong with this. Wrapping metal around conductive electrical metal is definitely not a bad idea. Nothing can be safer. So here's the window. Here you can see this weirdly placed round window, okay? And this is how that was installed, by the way, with what appears to be like, I don't even know. This is like, I don't even think this is scaffolding. This looks like something that's used to lift up a car, like a jack for a car. And it's a ladder set across two things like that. So he's just installing this window and the roof, just standing on a ladder laying on its side. And I'm pretty sure this is a jack for a car. Here's the doorway that, as you can see, has already been severely damaged. The drywall is completely fucked already. So like, and also uneven. If you look over here, you can notice that there's like a huge chunk taken out, and also the drywall over here is completely destroyed. Drywall destroyed here, drywall destroyed here. So all this drywall work and painting work, I don't know why they would even bother doing it at this point. I have no idea, except for, unfortunately, it does look like they were still living in this part of the house, which is horrifying to think about because, yeah. Yeah, this is part of the old house, but look at where it connects and look at how much they fucked up. So here you go. Yeah, nothing wrong here, folks. Nothing uneven here with this scaffolding clearly not installed correctly. Clearly not correctly installed. Is that crooked? Yes, it's literally installed incorrectly. I'm sure that whoever was working on this was very confident that that this would not collapse at any given moment. This is the kitchen. I mean, credit where credit's due for having a lot of outlets, I guess. You know, that's a modern need. You know, in the modern kitchen, you need lots of outlets to charge your phone and shit. I do find it kind of weird. Have you noticed this? That this window looks out into the other house? So there's a window that looks into the expansion. Like, you could just watch whoever's in the... You just, like, have a window that points into your garage for some reason. And this is just... I mean... I don't know. I don't know. This is another thing that was weird to me. I don't know why they offset the two doors like this. Have you noticed that? Look, this right here, it's hard to tell because of the perspective, but this space right here, this door is set forward from the other door. And I don't really know why that's the case. It was apparent on his previous drawings as well. For some reason, the second door just juts out for no apparent reason. They are, as far as I can tell, they're two different doors, but I don't know why. I have no idea why. It also means that you need to have two tracks running. It just means a lot of extra work for no real reason. Oh no. Look, you can see that the wall is uneven over here. If you look, you can actually see the wall goes down like this. It has a downward sag. And also, over here, there appears to be a door and a window that are literally just nailed together. The door frame and the window frame are just nailed together. Why? I wouldn't even begin to tell you. I can't explain why there's a small door with this here. So this is where the I assume the central air was installed, which, you know, I don't know. To me, that just looks extremely unsafe. That just looks very... These little feet are straining. This thing is bent. It's uneven. And they're just fucking, this whole heavy thing is held in by tiny screws. And just keep in mind also, note that there is a plug down here. So presumably, it is intended to have workspace underneath this thing. You're gonna be sitting here and this fucking shit's gonna collapse down on you. I don't know enough about, I mean, okay, I can tell you this. This vent, look at these edges of this vent. Just completely and utterly bodged. Just banged together. This is the thermostat, which I don't know anything about thermostats, so good luck. This one's one of the best ones, okay? Take a look at this. So this was before the house was complete, but they were living in the house. So as you can see, no supports were added, none. They did not add any supports. The insulation is just, if you go up these stairs, you will get insulation on your feet. Not only that, but this vent is just sitting here blocked off. And do you notice something odd about this window? Do you notice? You notice something interesting about the window? A child's head is gonna be like right here, okay? Now what would happen if that child fell down the stairs and tumbled over and banged into here? Ah, perhaps they might fly out the window? Ho, 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 fucking Merry Christmas. You get to go flying out the window. People joked about the child, it was called the child height window. Because it really is. It's like the perfect height for a child or a dog to go flying out of. Yeah, and of course, yeah, literally toddlers can climb out the window. But yeah, this is I think there's actually, hold on, let me see. I think there's more to this. I think there's I think there's a second thread here, or a second part to this thread I can show you. Let me go back to the top, and then we'll go down and we'll see what we can find here. Because I think there's other pictures. I know there's a ton of pictures you can find online. I know there's more than this. I've seen even more. Well, let me see if I can find any of the other ones. Usually people will post them. Ah, yes! Yes! So here's the delicious kitchen. Are you all ready to see the fucking kitchen? Here you go. Now we get to enjoy the kitchen with this shit. Clearly busted tiles. Horrible grout work. They're clearly living and eating in this space, which is depressing to say the least, and unfortunate. I don't know. They have, the thing is, the whole rest of the house was functional. It doesn't make much sense why they were like intent on living and cooking in the area, because the rest of the house was done. Do you just give up halfway? I don't know. Here we go. This person says, I cannot stress enough just how cluttered every single shot of Groverhaus is. It's like nothing was kept clear while they worked, and it bothers me to my core. Yeah, that's something you'll notice in all of these pictures, is there's dust all over everything. There's dust and dirt. Look, they have a paint, like a drip cloth right here, and there's food on top of the painting drip cloth. There are open squares up in here where the lights have not been installed. There are open holes all throughout here. And there's tools all over the place. This is how the kitchen was envisioned in the 3D model. 3D model, and this is real life. So let's go back. 3D model. Real life. 3D model, real life. And again, remember how I told you before that this corner over here, that this corner was going to be a problem? Look, you can even tell. You can see from this angle how bad it is. You can see the doors literally don't have enough room to move. You can't go in, people would be crashing into each other all the time over here. Oh, this is so good. This is my favorite part. Look at this. So, when you first look at this, you might be like, what's going on? This is the second floor. This is that area up at the top of the danger stairs, okay? Danger stairs. This is a slanted ceiling, and there are lights slanting towards you. Now, in the original drawings, he would talk about how he wanted to have a couch up here with a TV, but he then put inset lights, that would blast into your eyes. So your eyes get blasted with light as you're coming up the stairs, and if you were to turn to face this wall, this back wall back here, you would get blasted in the face by a million lights, and there's just 2 whole lines of lights, and you can actually see here where he fucked one of them up, and it was uneven. So there's actually a mistake that was made in here as well, which is also very funny, okay? Now we can see from the outside the beauty of the uneven doors, the door which is a part of another door, the 2 windows which do not align, these do not line up perfectly, and then you have different sized windows over here for no real reason other than poor planning. You have a window here and a window here, and then another window over here. And again, this is the door that's pounded into the other door, and on the other side of this, which we can't see quite yet, is the window that's pounded into the door frame. It's just, it's very interesting. And you'll notice because these 2 doors are for some reason, like, it's like set deeper in. I don't really know why. I don't know what the logic was here, but he had to install another light here so that it wouldn't just cast a shadow, because this nice looking light that well, nice looking, but comparatively nice looking light gets blocked by this ledge. So if you want to be able to see over here, you have to install a second pair of lights. And this is where things start to get a little bit messy, okay? All right? This is the piping behind the house. So, of course, he also did his own plumbing. And needless to say, there was some disasters involving the plumbing, okay? So this is hand-done plumbing in a swamp. And this was a small disaster that befell Grover. It involved poop. Let's just say a sewer line, a septic line, did indeed burst in the process, and there was indeed a poop flood. A poop flood in the yard that they were in the yard of the house that they dug up themselves, that they had children living in. This is an earlier photo, by the way, of the weird garage. Yeah, the fucking shit swamp. Oh yeah. And also, for some reason, look at this. This is amazing, okay? I want you to feast your eyes on this, okay? First of all, this angle piece is uneven, but you notice how his doors, if you look back here, hold on, actually, I can show you. Here's the front, okay? Notice how he's got these fancy looking angled garage door. You might be like, wow, well, that's a nice stylistic touch. But as you know, as we now know, he didn't actually get angled garage doors. It's just an illusion. This is just a piece of wood that blocks part of the garage door. And it's not even connected correctly. Some delightful child labor. Digging up what appears to be the poop zone. Got your kids shoveling septic. Absolutely amazing. This is the one that people use, which they often call the scream, because it does look like Groverhaus is screaming. I've literally, they say this, in this shot, Groverhaus is screaming. The screaming shot of Groverhaus is one of the most famous shots of Groverhaus. This is what the facade looked like while it was still in progress. Ah, look, we got another angle of the stairs. Holy shit. Wait, look. You can see the The fucking cabinets are giving in on themselves. They're caving inwards. I love this one. So this is where the angled lights are. The angled lights overlook the a very oddly placed chandelier, which another thing you'll notice, by the way, this is also a slanted ceiling. So they have a chandelier hanging from a slanted ceiling. This is an odd one. I don't know why there's an outlet here. I also don't know why you would put the thermostat on the stairs. These are like, or this vent here. The vent, the thermostat, and the plug all make no sense to me. Like what, you want to stop on the stairs to adjust the thermostat? You're gonna charge your phone or something at the bottom of the stairs? The vent, you just want it to like blow on you when you walk by? Still, even in the finished version, this is presumably after a lot of work. There's still no support here. None. So this is just a disaster waiting to happen. And down here, there is a weird little cubby space, which is odd also. And yeah, you can look at this and you can see that this is not, first of all, I do not understand the insulation here. But secondly, you can see this is not a very safe setup. Yeah, don't have the kids run up the stairs too fucking fast. Stair steps are sheathed in wood to help facilitate your ejection through the window. So here's this right here. Again, remember how I said before that like this like window here makes no sense? Also, take a look at this. You guys ready? Take a look at this. Notice this. Fan next to the inset lights on a slanted ceiling right across from what we know over here is a chandelier installed on a slanted ceiling. And, oh yes, this is where it is. The couch at the top of the railing with the lights blasting directly into the eyes of anybody who sits on the couch. What a fucking incredible thing. And also putting a couch leaning up against this railing, which oversees your dining room. If somebody sits back too hard on the couch, on a fucking recliner, if somebody leans back too hard, they're gonna fucking knock the railing down onto the people eating dinner. Now we get some interesting bathroom pictures. Okay? So here we go. Well, honestly, not too bad. Except for the fact that you have a shower that's a ground level shower, like a what's it called, a half shower, is that what that's called? But with no glass. It just has this. So you're just going to be dumping water out of here all the time. And the door opens like inward into the bathroom. Yeah, so if you're brushing your teeth, somebody just opens the door and bashes you. Absolutely fucking incredible. Absolutely fucking incredible. Hold on, I gotta see if there's any more. I think there's more. There's multiple like sub-threads about each part of the house. I love this one. I love that this person, by the way, the reason why, you'll actually find multiple of these, but shout out to Boldly Building 2, who posted this particular collection. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Well, that's good. I didn't actually know that, Bizadoo. You learn something every day. Apparently, it is to code that bathroom doors should always swing in. In case something blocks it, you can still exit, so long as you're on the side it's clear. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, credit to them for putting this together. The reason why it's hard to find all of the pictures for this is because it's really difficult to access Something Awful, and you have to pay money to access the Something Awful forums. Oh, hey, look, here's more. Yes, we got more. So we've got the Roombas, which is an interesting decision. Having Roombas trying to suck up dirt in an active construction area, and you can tell it's an active construction area because they still have fucking wood all over the place. Here we go. Look at that beautiful installation of the air conditioner. Just having a giant air conditioner sitting on 2 stacked up concrete blocks. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Oh yeah, this is another one. Now, you won't be able to tell it from this image, but do you notice that this is missing here? Well, the reason why it's missing is because he put his grill up against his house, and then when he cooked food on it, it melted the siding. Unironically, that was a real thing that happened as a part of this. He melted a piece of his house by pushing the grill right up against the house. So as you can see, this tool shed follows the same, you know, core design principles. Very, you know, very even. Definitely no giant gaping holes in the design. Definitely nothing giving out. Oh yeah, they just added like a weird random roof for some reason. They added like a weird balcony thing. This appears to be when they were digging the foundation. Oh no! Oh my God! I didn't even know this. I forgot about this part of it. You can actually see this in one of the earlier ones. If you go to one of the earlier photos, you can see what they're talking about here. If you notice, the foundation here and the foundation of the new section aren't even. They're uneven. They're like a half foot in difference, and you can actually see it in the earlier one. I didn't even realize that. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the image of it so I can show you what I'm talking about. You could actually see it in the earlier one. Where's the kitchen image? Here you go. Wait, here we go. Look, you can see it right here. Look, right here, you can see where you have to go down because they built the foundations uneven. Yeah, it's pretty fucking wild. And all of these were posted to a 4chan-esque forum. Just being like, yeah, this is my house I'm working on, having a good old time. And by the way, lots of people tried to give this guy advice, and he did not take any of it. He did not take fucking any of the goddamn advice. This guy would just beef with the trolls, and he would just call everyone who gave him advice trolls, basically. Oh my God, this is a furnace. Wait, this is the furnace. This is the fucking furnace. Interesting bit of construction there. Oh no! You look, they pointed this out. Notice how that the original house, the old building roof is lower than the floor here. They didn't make it even. So this is where the floor of the new section begins. This is where the ceiling of the old section begins. They just fucked it up. They didn't measure it. You got the fake wood flooring. See if we got some other ones. This was what the house, this is the wall that he built on. This is where the Groverhaus began. The old house was here. Merry Christmas, everybody. And look, when you're sitting here and looking at it, despite this extremely weird paint job right here, if you were to look at this, you wouldn't even know that you were walking around in a death trap. Isn't that beautiful? Fucking impressive. Also, I love these. I love that people are roasting him because he has a printed out painting taped to the wall. This is not a real painting. These are printouts that are taped to the wall. You can actually see the piece of tape very lightly if you look. Here, I'll try and zoom in on it for us. Look. See them over there? Can you guys see those little tapes? It's kind of hard to see. Incredible. Well, there you go, everybody. There you are. We got to do two little fun architecture segments. It's been a while since we've done stuff like that, but that was fun, wasn't it? Is this the actual thread itself? Oh. Oh no, not another DIY. There's so many bad. We got to do more bad DIY things. Okay? Whew. Oh boy. Pickle and croissant, you really want me to watch that meme, huh? You really want me to watch that meme, huh? All right. All right. All right, we'll check it out. All right, hold on. I'll look, if this meme sucks, just so you know, just as a warning, if this meme doesn't make me laugh, I'm going to punish you. You will be punished severely. So I hope you're ready. That's what the living room would sound like. All right, everybody. All right, let's nah, we'll just the reaction was punishment enough, okay? All right? Yeah. All right, everybody. So we got two more things to do, okay? One thing is very serious and the other one is not very serious. But first, I have to say, fucking like the stream. Press those goddamn like buttons. Press the like. Press like. Press like. And if you're not subscribed, why the hell not? Subscribe and ring the bell. Also, please consider joining us over here on demonmama.com/live. It's super easy. My website is awesome. It's super cozy. And you get fucking cool ass emotes totally for free. And yes, we are gonna do the serious one first, okay? We gotta talk a little bit, all right, everybody? It's time for us to serious up for a little bit. We had a lot of fun, okay? We got to laugh at the Groverhaus. We got to laugh at the absurd, almost $1 million California fire trap, death trap. And now it's time for us to talk about something a little bit serious, okay? Which is what the title of the stream was. Right-wing terror, okay? Now, I've talked about this type of shit a lot, okay? I've talked about how conservatives essentially always require a moral panic to be able to garner any sort of meaningful political power. They have to constantly lie about gay people, about people of color, about immigrants, about whatever you want to make up. They'll call Joe Biden a Chinese communist. They constantly have to extremely exaggerate what's going on in order to sell to their followers a sense of moral urgency that that society is falling to degeneracy, and we must rise up as true patriots and protect it. And this ebbs and flows, you know? Conservatives tend to have periods of incredible, let's just call it like, you know, like think about the Trump era. Think about when Donald Trump came onto the scene and won the presidency in 2016. Do you guys remember what conservatives were like online at that time? The drain the swamp, the deep state, like just frothing at the mouth, and never with any substantial critique. There are substantial critiques to be made of government. There are substantial critiques to be made of government power. Obviously, we do them all the time on this stream, and there are all kinds of very serious people who do it. But that's not what was being talked about. What was instead being sold was this idea that there was a secret cabal of deep state agents pulling the strings to prevent you from getting what you want, and that the only way that you'll ever get America great again, bring back those nostalgic memories you have of your white picket fence or whatever bullshit, the only way you could do that was by electing Donald Trump, the former TV star who, you know, was an heir, a millionaire heir of a real estate company, you know, a guy who used his dad's money to buy a bunch of casinos. That was the guy that was sold as the savior. And as you guys know, I don't need to go into a whole history of the last few years, but there's been various periods where basically the conservative budget for outrage is spent, and they get all tired for a little bit, and then they manage to get worked up again. Now, lately, and what I mean by lately is in the last, especially last 2 years, the big new thing that's been making all the conservatives mad, the magical button that the conservative leadership seems to have found, is trans people. And boy, oh boy, conservatives do not like trans people. They do not like trans people at all. It's quite stark, actually. And oddly enough, basically every major conservative mouthpiece, every conservative talking head, most of the conservative politicians have now made it their mission in life to constantly talk about and demonize trans people. And they also participate in signal boosting and acting on the behalf of a bunch of, let's say, more clandestine figures, okay? For example, let's talk about libs of TikTok. You know, libs of TikTok is a great example. Libs of TikTok, well, now everybody knows who she is, but she's not a politician. She's not a, somebody who runs a super PAC. She's not like the owner of a large corporation. She just has a huge social media account and is essentially willing to say anything so long as it pleases the sort of frothing conservative base, the frothing conservative base, you know, and pleases them and gets them angry in a new direction. And it's been getting really wild, okay? And I mean really fucking wild. Yeah, Chaya Raichik. We're not just talking about libs of TikTok though, because this is hardly just libs of TikTok, but things like libs of TikTok, Matt Walsh, Steven Crowder, these popular media figures who don't really hold a position of direct political power. They're not a representative, they're not running for president, they're not a senator, they're nothing like that. They are the way that the most extreme views are communicated out to the followers who have in their mind much more ability to act. Okay, it is core to the conservative mindset, this idea that essentially it is the patriots, it's the violent patriots who at the end of the day get the job done. That's what they're always trying to appeal to. And they're willing to go very, very far for this, by the way. For those of you who don't know, TPUSA, you know, Turning Point USA, which is led by the small-faced wonder, Charlie Kirk, they were involved in busing enormous amounts of people to Washington, D.C. This is a matter of public record, although they did delete it from their social media so people wouldn't know as easily, but they literally bussed enormous amounts of people. They covered the cost. They made it as easy as possible to get the angriest people they could find directly into Washington, D.C. in preparation to, well, as it turns out, storm the Capitol. So what this is often referred to as is broadly as stochastic terrorism. It's essentially the idea that you are broadcasting out into the world and you hope to activate as a conservative reactionary trying to motivate patriots, you want to activate lone wolves. That way, and the reason why they do it this way is because then there's no blowback. You can't blame, and we've seen that it's been very difficult to pin people who are very obviously advocating for violence, very, very, very obviously advocating for the overturn of democracy, but they don't say it explicitly, they just imply it, and then they let their followers do what their conscience tells them. And of course, they also will, you know, make it super easy to put those people in a place where they can, you know, riot and take over the Capitol. It's very interesting. And the right has been relying increasingly on this stochastic terrorist approach to things more and more and more in the recent years. And to tie this back to what I was saying before, increasingly, the magic word, the magic button that they always want to focus on is trans people. They appeal to prejudice. They appeal to disgust. They appeal to ignorance. Oh, they're coming for your kids. They're coming for your kids. This is disgusting. These sickos, these monsters, etc. And there's varying degrees of it. But recently, what we have seen is a very, very interesting spike, a very, very horrifying spike in extreme stochastic acts of terrorism inspired by, well, frankly, disgusting and blanket misinformation being pumped out by conservative sources. And let me give you one of the most egregious examples that we have in recent memory. Okay, we're going to talk about this real quick. All right. So right here, this is U.S. Senator from Massachusetts, Ed Markey. Some of you may remember. Ed Markey is a progressive who you may have remembered me talking about probably like a year or two ago. Some time ago, I talked about Ed Markey. Ed Markey had a pretty shocking victory in Boston, in Massachusetts. And what he has to say is this: Massachusetts will not stand for the dangerous and hateful threats being called into the Boston Children's Hospital. Trans rights are human rights, and healthcare is essential. Based. Thanks for being an ally, Senator Ed Markey. But let's see what he's responding to. What could have happened that would require a U.S. senator to make a statement about threats? Well, let's find out. Yesterday, my bad. Yesterday, U.S. Attorney Rachel Rollins has announced the arrest and charging of Catherine Levy of Westfield, Massachusetts, for calling in a bomb threat to Boston Children's Hospital. This was a part of a broader, sustained campaign of harassment and death threats against the hospital. This campaign of terror and threatened violence against Boston Children's Hospital was incited by libs of TikTok, Matt Walsh, Chris Elston, and Chris Rufo. When confronted with the bomb threat, they attempted to deny that it even happened. They are the ones responsible for this. Reminder that Chris Elston is coming to protest Boston Children's Hospital this Sunday at 9:18. He mocks the threats directed at the hospital by calling his tour the Stochastic Terror Tour. This is absolutely despicable. Yes, unironically, one of the anti-trans right-wing talking heads that is going on here is currently going on a tour that he calls the Stochastic Terror Tour, where he goes and protests children's hospitals, universities, and public places that serve trans people. Random, innocent trans people. There are threats that are being made against doctors who study and work with trans youth. It's creating an immense security concern for the upcoming WPATH conference. The WPATH, for those who don't know, is the standards. It is one of a handful of standards of care for trans people. It is a very, very important thing. Basically, all of the doctors who are studying gender and sex, they get together. They get together and they talk, and not just that, by the way. The WPATH is multiple psychological things, but the WPATH, they come together and they agree and they bicker and they go back and forth and they review literature and they come to a conclusion and publish their findings. They say, all right, this is what the current consensus of our enormous organization is. Here's how we came to those decisions. This is what you should be, doing to provide good health care to people. Now, it's nothing perfect, okay? There's nothing, I'm not gonna sing the praises of like hyper-institutionalized medicine, but nonetheless, conservatives are extremely aggressively all of a sudden opposed to standards of care because they have now made standards of care for trans people. Make no mistake, this is an intentional campaign of terror against the trans community and our allies. This is being done through targeted harassment, doxing, death threats, and vandalism. It is being incited online, but the consequences are being felt in the physical world. Now, in case you were wondering, oh, well, Catherine Levy is the one who sent in the bomb threat, right? The bomb threat to Boston Children's Hospital within days after libs of TikTok, Matt Walsh, Chris Rufo, and Chris Elston all engaged in a massive tweeting campaign about how Boston Children's Hospital is apparently butchering children, despite the fact that no such thing has happened. Despite the fact that there's not even close to what they say has happened. But because they said it, all of a sudden one of their fans managed to just, find a way to send a bomb threat. Interesting how that works, right? It is literally trans blood libel. It is a moral panic designed to make people turn off their thinking faculties and go as aggressive as possible, as hard as possible. And I want you to notice something. Catherine Levy, the woman who ended up sending in the bomb threats to the Boston Children's Hospital, take a look at her history of campaign donations. These are public records. Donald Trump for president, Donald Trump for president, Republican National Committee, Donald Trump for president, Republican National Committee, Republican National Committee, Win Red, which is a super PAC for Republicans. Interesting. So this woman, who was motivated by people like Matt Walsh and libs of TikTok to threaten a children's hospital, a children's hospital that is already like one of the most heavily scrutinized and overseen hospitals, one of the most famous children's hospitals in the world, okay? Decided to send a bomb threat there because, and in her words, I believe, she said, can I find the actual words that she sent? She said that, stop hurting our kids, sickos. I believe that was the words that she used. I wonder if I can find them here. I don't have them on site. I don't really care what words she exactly used, but yes, she specifically brought up that Boston Children's Hospital was being sickos and targeting children, which is a great irony when you send a bomb threat into a hospital that is literally devoted to saving children from extremely difficult conditions. What we have right now is a unbelievable cultural zeitgeist against trans people. Trans people did not do anything wrong, not only because that's absurd, but secondly because trans people are an entire group of people made up of many different individuals which does not have any predictive behavior or any predictive value on your behavior. They target the group because they hate the group based on prejudice. They hate trans people, they find them morally repugnant, and they want them to die. And I want you to understand that that is the mentality behind all of these people, and we are seeing the effects. And it's not just stuff like this threats on the Boston Children's Hospital, because some of you will remember earlier this year when by essentially chance, a group of 30 plus Patriot Prayer members were caught by the feds as they were loading up into a truck armed with weapons to go attack a pride parade. Yeah, you guys remember that? That was just a few months ago. That was just a handful of months ago. And did you know that drag events and pride parades all across America throughout this summer have had a massive increase in targeted harassment, in groups going there to not just protest, but to harass and threaten, to scream things like groomers. We saw videos of this. We watched some of those videos here. That happened in Idaho. What we have is a massive upswell of anti-trans sentiment. What we have is an attempt to build up a full-blown genocide. And interestingly, this step is part of the steps of genocide. And I'm really, I've seen a lot of discourse here and there all across the web of people saying, oh, you know, using the word genocide is too big of a word. No, it is not. It is absolutely not too big of a word to use when people who are panicked out of their minds by bigoted misinformation about trans people end up sending bomb threats to a hospital, a children's hospital. And there's more. Let me give you another example. Let me just give you real quick. I want to show you an example of some of the absolutely off the rails shit that's going on right now that's being motivated specifically by anti-trans sentiment, okay? I want to show you something, all right? Here you go. Violently transphobic anti-vax dentist has social media history fraught with murder fantasies. This is by a small publication called Left Coast Right Watch, which republishes a bunch of different stuff, including this piece written by Chicago Free Media. An Arkansas dentist has left a disturbing social media trail, including violent threats against trans people, healthcare providers, and politicians. 33-year-old Aaron L. Bratton, who has styled himself as the Mustachioed DDS, works at a dental clinic in Atkins, Arkansas, a town of just 3,000 situated 66 miles north of Little Rock. He's been employed at the clinic owned by his father since 2013. Despite the sunny disposition presented on the clinic's social media, Bratton has been using his personal accounts across Twitter, Facebook, 4 accounts, and YouTube to espouse views about an upcoming upheaval that will, in his own words, see a lot of murdered doctors and therapists. The upheaval is going to see a lot of murdered doctors and therapists. No amount of external accessorizing is going to help these children feel right. When he's saying this, he means targeting doctors who provide trans health care. And since this procedure will sterilize them, that's not true, mutilate them, that's also not true, and permanently upset their typical biological development, that is not a nonsense statement, more than half will commit suicide due to their medically sanctioned torture. Explicitly false, but I don't need to say that. If you support this, unfriend me now. I'm deadly serious. Finally getting around to posting this on Facebook, since I'm now forced to use a desktop browser to post videos. Turns out the timing couldn't be better. Leftists and other functional, cognitively defective types, we are not like you. We will not tolerate your shenanigans any longer. You wish to FAFO, fuck around and find out? We will show you the way to the end of your mortal suffering. Notice that this boomer ass loser is inserting all kinds of weird 4chan and alt-right memes. Isn't that weird? Please consider the outcomes of seeing your truth to power when your experience with firearms and training equals Call of Duty. Hashtag the upheaval comes, and likely this trial is the beginning of it all. I've been saying this since the trial began. Regardless of outcome, there will be violence. See the activist post attached as well. But now, middle average America will not stand up for this. The gig is up. Best to stop pushing your luck. Question for the wokies. Is there ever a reason to hit a trans man? Since we're redefining everything, this is a cordless hole puncher. Now we have him retweeting this, let me tell you why your kid is trans, and then killing the trans person with the purple hair, the SJW, who's, yeah. The only form of debate acceptable with groomers. Yup. Bratton has also vehemently refused the COVID-19 vaccine. No surprise there. None of the staff follows vaccine mandates. Well, that's terrible. Don't go to that dentist, I guess. They will not, they don't discriminate along vaccine. They don't comply or following any mandates. This is unrelatable. I mean, this is just utter madness. Dr. Megan Bratton practices as a psychiatrist specializing in child and adolescent psychiatry. That's his wife. His wife is a psychiatrist specializing in child and adolescent psychiatry. According to the fellowship biography posted on the University of Arkansas services, she has a particular interest in ADHD and autism spectrum disorders. A spokesperson confirmed that Megan Bratton completed her fellowship as of 2022. Here's her. Here's her appearing on a podcast where somebody is flying the fucking Confederate flag. According to his social media, the mustache dentist and self-avowed libertarian graduated from the Oklahoma College of Dentistry in 2013. Public records reveal that just 2 years prior, in 2011, he was ordered to surrender his weapons after pleading guilty to carrying a firearm while under the influence. Drunk dude was running around with a fucking gun. He was then barred from reapplying for gun ownership in the state of Oklahoma for 2 years. This incident apparently did not prevent him from obtaining firearms in Arkansas several years later or obtaining his dental license. He has posted a number of gun safety videos on his YouTube channel. In February 2014, he pled guilty to public intoxication and resisting arrest in Pope County, where his Atkins clinic resides. According to a public records search, he had graduated dental school by 2013, the incident from which the charges stemmed. Bratton, who claims to have been disowned by almost all of his friends, was recently seen practicing with an AR pattern rifle at a shooting range. He was also wearing body armor in these images. Before taking aim and firing, he says, "While you're sitting around bitching about politics, I'm getting ready for the politics." Interesting. And here he says, "Oh, look, here's him right here. This is a tweet about the shooting in Uvalde, Texas. 15 dead at Texas elementary school mass shooting, including 14 children and 1 teacher." And he says, "Rookie numbers, way lower BC than Waco." By the way, BC means body count. Bratton also made a number of implicit threats against Democratic leaders, including President Biden and Speaker Nancy Pelosi. In a shooting range video from 2021, he said, "That's right, let's go Brandon," before firing, a direct reference to President Biden. In another Facebook post, he writes, "Nancy Pelosi and the establishment government safe side should all have coarse neckties attached to a strong beam with a sudden drop." You get a 30-day ban from Facebook. I get calls from the Secret Service. We aren't the same. In a comment change, he offers words of support to alleged January 6th rioter Richard Barnett, infamously photographed with his feet up on a desk inside Speaker Pelosi's office. At the time of publication, the Arkansas State Board of Dental Examiners has not replied to this website's request for comment on Dr. Bratton. So yeah, that's just one example, by the way. That's just one guy, okay? And by the way, if you think this guy is uncommon, let me just tell you, these guys are all over the place in the comments of Matt Walsh's videos, of libs of TikTok posts, of fucking formerly Kiwi Farms. There is a absolute attempt to induce mass terror on trans people and on anybody who is friendly to trans people in this country. We've seen I don't know how many times I have to shout about it for people to start getting the message, okay? Because let me fucking tell you, it is bad, okay? You guys saw what happened to Keffels. You guys saw what happened to Keffels because of Kiwi Farms. But Kiwi Farms and Keffels is not the only struggle going on, unfortunately. I wish that could have ended it all. But what we have is gigantic, enormous platforms, these huge right-wing platforms blasting out targeted hatred based purely on misinformation and prejudice against trans people and doctors who are helping trans people. And in many cases, the truth, like trying to get people to understand the truth doesn't even matter. Because no matter how many times you debunk the things they say, these people don't care about facts. Facts are only used for cover, to buy them time. And yes, people like this do want trans people dead. They do. And keep in mind that these ones are the like most extreme outliers. These are the ones that can't keep their mask on. There are tons and tons of people right now. In fact, a law just passed in Virginia. I don't know if you guys know about this, but let's talk about this real quick, shall we? Virginia just released its 2022 model policies and says that all schools must comply. It bans all trans students in Virginia from bathrooms matching their gender. It makes teachers dead name and misgender trans students unless they have explicit parental consent. This is the legal side of things. There is a very intentional attempt to demonize, criminalize, and frankly, genocide trans people in this country. I have been talking about how a genocide is in the progress in this country for a very long time. I thank you very much for the credit on that, Lenoira. I've been talking about this since I started my channel. I have always had evidence to back up my claims. I have never, ever been hyper exaggeratory. I have simply talked about the things that I have seen, becoming popular, and the things that I have experienced myself. Trans people, especially trans people with public platforms, like me, are becoming increasingly the targets of more and more unhinged attempts to ruin our lives. And also, as a part of that, it's not just a single front war. It's not just through raw stochastic terrorism. They're also attempting to push this through the law, and they're succeeding in some places. How do we combat this genocide? We have to get very real, okay? We have to get very real. We have to take a very strong stance against transphobia. We have to take a very strong stance against bigotry. When you see it, stamp it out. Don't let it fly. Push back on it. Push back on it in social situations. Push back on it on the internet. Push back against that at every single angle that you can. 2, prepare. If you are in a good position and you are an ally to trans people, if you have trans friends, be ready to help them. Be ready to offer them a place to stay if they need to get out of their state. Be ready to assist them in ways that you can, because it will be very important. And when I say that, I think that there are a lot of parallels to World War II, I don't say that lightly. While we live in a different world and things do function very differently, there are some aspects that are absolutely going to be the same. The targeting and threatening of trans people, the need for trans people to essentially flee their homes and leave everything behind, has been a thing for some time. You realize that, like, there's a reason why trans people have really bad economic outcomes. There's a serious reason why LGBT people in general have really bad economic outcomes. It's not just because they don't have familial support. It's also because trans people constantly have to flee the states that they live in because the laws go very much against them and prevent them from living their lives happily. And this isn't gonna get better. It's not gonna get better. It's not getting better, not anytime soon. Unfortunately, we have to push back on this, and there is going to be a struggle. I can tell you right now, you can just observe the momentum. Observe the momentum of how hard fucking the biggest conservative figures are targeting trans people right now. Tucker Carlson, fucking Newsmax, Donald Trump, all of the biggest conservative voices are aiming the gun directly at trans people. And people, trans and non-trans who are allied and care about trans people, have to be ready mentally and materially. It's very stressful. And that's why I wanted us to have fun before and after this segment, because this is unironically an incredibly stressful thing to have to look at and think about all the time. And we do. Trans people have to think about this all the time. People who just care about trans people who have trans family members have to think about this all the time. And it's not that there aren't any legal victories being won. There are some. But the problem is that we're fighting with you're fighting against a faction that does not give a shit about legality. They will use legality to hurt you, but they don't give a shit about it. Their main thing, the main avenue of the last fucking 10 years of conservative policy has been to build up a populist movement. The MAGA people, the QAnon people, all of these different factions of hyper-conservative, hyper-anti-trans, hyper-anti-immigrant, frankly, hyper-racist individuals. These guys they don't care about the law a little. They already believe that there is no democracy. They already believe that trans people are taking over the world. They are being told on a daily basis that every trans person is an evil winged monster that's gonna come and suck the blood of their child while their child is sleeping. Unironically, and worse, by the way. You notice that you notice how far and wide the groomer meme has gone? Do you know that like your sweet grandma boomer who happens to be conservative, those people are making okay groomer jokes these days. Those people are joking about trans people being groomers. Those people are joking about doctors being groomers for helping trans people. All over the fucking country right now. It is all over the place, and it is accelerating at an unbelievable rate. It depends on where you moved, Striped Kidder. Honestly, most places have waivers for your license if you're in like if you like are on financial hard times. Most states have a waiver for that. Also, many states do not require you to have a driver's license to be able to vote. You can just go register to vote independently, and all you have to do, generally, it's not true for every state, but generally you have to you just have to prove where you live. So, yeah. Keep in mind that this is by the way, this is the exact tactics that were used against the Jews in the wind up to the Holocaust. Like literally the exact tactics. Mass, widespread misinformation that's so out of hand that the only conclusion for all of the followers is to essentially dehumanize all trans people. They don't know any trans people. They're probably not going to meet any trans people, but they're already suspicious. And if they see someone they think is trans, they have been primed by years of the most absurd stories you could possibly imagine being made up about trans people. They are ready to just hurt that trans person, whether it's to deny them a job for no reason, whether it's to fucking call the cops on them, or whether it's to harm them violently directly. And unfortunately, I hate to tell everyone this, but as you can tell from the way that these conservatives talk, from the way that even the mainstream conservatives talk about it, from the way that fucking a sitting senator, a sitting representative, Marjorie Taylor Greene, goes online and talks about some made-up fantasy situation where her husband would kill a trans person who was at camp with her kids. She just made it up. It didn't actually, nothing actually happened. She just said, oh yeah, if some creepy groomer, who thinks that they're a woman was gonna go to camp with my kid, I'd have my husband take care of him. A representative, okay? These people they have declared war, okay? I want you guys to realize that very deeply. They have decided already. They've decided it's time for violence. They're decided. Now, individual ones might hopefully change their mind as they're confronted with reality, but the fact of the matter is that currently America is an increasingly unsafe place. And if we want to make it safe, we have to do so by strengthening our communities, by taking a firm stance against transphobia, and by saying no. Bigotry is not acceptable. Fucking a prejudice and blood libel bullshit, this groomer lie is not acceptable. By pushing back as hard as possible. And by being willing to say no if push comes to shove. Because the fact of the matter is, they're pushing, okay? They're pushing very, very hard. Well, yeah, because it has to be. Night Solaire says, ever notice how similar it is with the way conservatives draw anti-Semitic political cartoons and the way that they draw trans people? They draw them explicitly super ugly and all these things. Yes, that's what they do, because they are appealing not to reason. They are appealing to prejudice. They are trying to provoke a disgust reaction. They need their people to be so angry and so panicked that they never stop to think about it. And the thing is, a lot of their followers have been primed to never do anything like that, to react very strongly to propaganda that agrees with their biases. And you can see this across every fucking platform. But guys, If you see a fucking content creator that's fucking repeating transphobic bullshit, call them on it. Push back on it. This shit has to be pushed down on. And the sooner we shine a light on the people who are transphobes, the people who are willing to stand arm in arm with the modern day Nazis, the sooner we know who's safe and who's not. And that it is coming to that. Now, I don't know how far this is gonna go. I have no way of predicting that. I have a pretty bleak outlook on the future of America personally. I don't think that America as a country is going to be doing very well. We already have entered into a phase of functional balkanization because of abortion, and we are increasingly seeing balkanization on trans rights. But what this means is that there are regions that are diametrically opposed to one another as far as a basic understanding of medical science and a basic understanding of human rights. That is a fucking recipe for goddamn disaster, okay? And conservatives are riling up their base. They have been riling up and prepping. Guys, do you know what the plan is right now? Do you know what the Republicans' plan is right now? Their plan is to run Donald Trump no matter what. And no matter what happens, win or lose, they're going to aim to install Donald Trump, or if Donald Trump can't be in power, then whoever Donald Trump chooses, regardless of the outcomes of the election. They already think Joe Biden is an illegitimate president. That opinion is all the fuck over the place. It is essentially the standard belief among Republicans right now. They already think the country is gone. They are in war mode. Louis Boy asks, do you think that acting with empathy and with conservatives that have been indoctrinated is a good way to act, such as family members and friends? Of course. Of course. Yes, you should always employ empathy. Always. Do your best. But that doesn't mean that you don't draw lines. It's the same way as like, it's like if you're training a dog, you know? If you're trying to train a dog and if they're a puppy and the puppy bites you really hard, you have to teach that dog, like, not to bite. You have to teach that dog not to bite, because if the dog doesn't learn not to bite, then it will continue biting people as it gets bigger and it will really hurt somebody. So yes, you should always have empathy, and you should try to help in the ways that you can. You should understand that people are manipulated, and you should be as kind as you can with people. But also, there has to be lines, and there are lines where you simply cannot work with people anymore. So empathy has to be tempered by being willing to stand for your principles. You can't just let it go. Is moving to a blue state going to be viable for much longer? I mean, I would imagine so. I think that like being able to leave red states is probably going to be one of the last things that like, it's okay. Like freedom of movement between the states is pretty rock solid in American law. It would be very difficult for that to disappear on a legal level. So I do think it will be viable, but the problem is that it's becoming expensive. Very expensive, okay? And don't think that you can, by the way, don't think that you can avoid this just by leaving America. Because America is exporting its transphobia all over the world. Just like, interestingly, just like the Nazis did. You guys know that there were like Nazi sympathizers all over the world, and there still are, of course, today. That happened. The Nazis were managed to win over all kinds of allies around the world. Everyone has a responsibility to challenge this shit. You know, to borrow from Martin Luther King, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And that's true. It's very good to plan in advance. It's very good to at least go through the motions of planning your steps. It's a very good idea to establish friendships and find out who would be willing to help you if shit hits the fan. And also, it's really important that trans people in America adopt good self-defense. And when I say good self-defense, I don't just mean owning a gun. Not at all. In fact, you know, I do think gun ownership is a very good thing. I strongly encourage, if you are in a, you know, provided you're in a good mental place and everything like that, consider becoming a gun owner. Seriously. All of your opponents are, all of the people who most want to kill trans people are gun owners. That is just a simple fact. Like it or not, whether you agree with guns in the long term or in the short term or whatever, doesn't really matter. The fact of the matter is that the people that want to kill trans people are all gun owners, and most of them own multiple guns. It is a very good idea for trans people to become responsible gun owners now, and for the left to develop a much stronger, positive, and intelligent gun culture. Nuts says, what does this take? America's acceptance of trans people makes other countries look like Nazi Germany. We look far more progressive than most countries on queer issues, and please don't give a Western-centric take on this. How do I respond to this? No. Yes, there are tons of places that are worse than, there are some places, of course, that are worse for being trans, obviously. And yes, there are pockets of America that are better for being trans. But let me tell you, as somebody who has had firsthand experience being trans in America, red states, some red states may as well be as bad as fucking living in the most intolerant other country you can imagine. Some red states are so bad about it. I mean, fuck, the state that I grew up in just before I started going to school in there was a fucking hate crime in which a bunch of fucking homophobic kids murdered a gay kid. Like, this shit still happens all over the place. And also, some states in America right now literally are attempting to ban basic access to medicine for trans people. It's absurd. Yes, there are travel advisories for the US. Like, it's not about being Western centric. It's about recognizing that, like, America's way of doing things has actually made other countries more transphobic. I don't know if you know this, but America's way of going about and fucking up countries all over the world, and exporting conservatism and exporting Nazism to other countries has done a lot of bad for the world. Now, I'm not saying that America's the worst country on earth for being trans in, but it's one of the. But America is the #1 military superpower in the world at this moment, and it's very not trans-friendly. And do you want to know what other superpower in the world exists that's not trans-friendly? Fucking China. So there's not exactly a whole lot of world superpowers that are super trans-friendly right now. Nuts. The population of Poland is 3.7 million people. The population of Poland is like the same fucking population as like one American state. Can you think for a second? All right. That's all I really have to say at this moment. Every once in a while, I want everyone to fucking remember the state of affairs in America. That there is a unbelievable upsurge in anti-trans rhetoric. In anti-trans rhetoric that specifically is attempting to dehumanize and criminalize all trans people. They don't say, oh, they're not picking and choosing. They're saying all trans people and all doctors who treat trans people are groomers. They are accusing trans people of being pedophiles. This is the same shit that they did to gay people that led to gay people being fucking murdered and lynched through fucking the entire history of this goddamn country. This is an attempt to create a trans Holocaust. And we need to act as though it is for what it is, okay? Do you think that a measure to survive in the near future would be to act straight like old people used to, or would that be admitting defeat? I think that, okay, this is already a thing that has to happen. Tons of people have to spend time in the closet. Tons of people have to code switch all the time. That is a necessity of being any marginalized person. That is always, unfortunately, always been the case and continues to be the case. However, no, I think that visibility is our strength. Part of the reason, think about it like this, part of the reason that conservatives try so hard to silence trans people, why, for example, my channel and Keffels' channel and Doe have all been so incredibly heavily targeted by conservatives and conservative-leaning liberals as well. The reason why we've been targeted so much is because the conservatives do not want to have to fight. They will keep pushing as though they will, but let's be real, nobody wants to be in danger. They would rather just trans people choose to disappear. There's a saying, an old saying, okay? Some of you may know it. It goes, "We're here, we're queer, get used to it." And there's a reason why that was the slogan that was sort of the main slogan of pride parades for a very long time. We're here, we're queer, get used to it. And the reason for that is because queer people who don't see any other queer people are going to come to believe that they are alone, that they have no allies and they have no chance of survival, and they will disappear. And this creates a feedback loop. If trans people hide, if queer people hide, then, well, it looks like there's less queer people. And that means more queer people will go into hiding until you can't see them at all. And this is why it's not so simple to just say, oh, well, you know, a genocide is when they're putting people into camps. No, genocides have to ramp up. Genocides always have to ramp up. They have to launder a narrative. They have to launder a narrative, and they have to start squishing people, squeezing them out of public life so they can't find each other, so they are isolated, so they can be victimized. Because if you're isolated, who the hell, think about, oh my God, think about it like this. If you were to die, okay, let's imagine this. If somebody killed your partner right now, like even if you don't have a partner, pretend you do. If somebody killed your partner, you would ask questions, wouldn't you? You might get mad and you might seek out revenge. You would maybe call the police. You would maybe call a private eye. You would maybe investigate yourself. Maybe you'd go hunt down the motherfucker and take care of him yourself with some good old vigilante justice, wouldn't you? See, that's the thing. Social connections make it hard to kill someone. When somebody has lots of social connections, harming them or killing them damages, it pulls on those social connections. It causes a social wound, and that social wound yearns for healing. It yearns to be made right. That is why connection, one of the reasons why connection is so important. Because if trans people have other trans people, they can bond together. If one of us gets hurt, we have allies who will come to our aid and help us make sure that things are right. But if everybody's alone, you can be disappeared like this, and what are you gonna do about it? Nobody's coming to look for you? Nobody even knows you're gone because you've been pushed into the closet and nobody even knows you exist. No, it hasn't changed at all. Louis boy, there is always strength in social connections. There is always strength in that. Family is just one particular construct. It's one particular type of community. Remember, guys, we're all leftists. A lot of people here in chat are probably communists. That comes from the commune, from the community. The community is where strength comes from. Humans are social animals. We form communities. Some of them are families, some of them are friend groups, some of them are families of choice. There are many different types of human communities, but communities are valuable because they build social bonds, because you're remembered and you're cared for by other people, because there's power in togetherness. Morningstar, plural, and nuts. May there be peace. Let there be peace. I do not think that Nuts was denying the genocide. I just think that Nuts was being a little bit, you know, nitpicky. That's all. Oh, yeah, take a look at this, by the way. Take a look at this, by the way. On this, just so you know, take a look at this. Elon Musk. Is it really true that 4-year-olds are receiving hormone treatment? 4 hours ago. He's pushing mis-fucking information. From some fucking random, an account called Exposing Biden. Elon Musk, a guy who has 105 million followers, is replying to a 3,000 follower Bitcoin donation exposing Biden right-wing propaganda account, giving credibility to this. Holy fucking shit. I'm not kidding, by the way. Look at that. 3,188 followers. Elon Musk boosting this tweet with his 105.8 million followers. Oh yeah, and by the way, if you guys ever start to feel bad, if you ever feel bad about oh no, I'm gonna hand wring over conservatives getting, if you ever hear anybody hand wringing over conservatives getting banned off of YouTube, just keep in mind the larger struggle, okay? Do you really think that the perfect freedom of speech considerations of a bunch of conservative YouTubers is more important than the fact that all of these people are pushing to build up the energy for a full-on, full-blown Holocaust of trans people? Not me. We gotta play fucking mean. We gotta play fucking mean. We are fighting for our lives, and so are you. And guess what? Not just if you're trans either. Not just if you're gay either. Not just if you're a person of color. Do you think it was a nice place to live in Nazi Germany for anybody? Do you think that like random people in Nazi Germany had a good time during the rise of Nazis? No, it's a nightmare. It just starts with targeting the most marginalized. It starts with targeting the people who are the easiest targets. There aren't a whole lot of trans people in the world. There's more than people think, but there aren't that many. We're a pretty small minority. They target us because it's easy. Because it's easy for them to target us and get no pushback, because most people don't know about trans people. The vast majority of people don't know a whole lot about trans people. Instead, it's a handful of trans content creators, including yours truly, of course, who are providing pushback to these people, and a couple of others, a couple of allies as well, which is nice. How do we hit hard? By living politics beyond just this stream. My stream can only give you information. My stream can only provide you laughter. My stream can only provide you inspiration. You all have to become politically involved. You have to accept that your life is political, that every day is a part of living a political experience. You have to do it. I can only do so much. This is my role. I can talk. I can provide a counter to these voices. This is the talent that I have. I can present things to you. I can gather information. I can share that information with you. But I'm one person. Yes, and direct action is a huge deal. And you want to know what I mean when I mean direct action? I don't just mean protest or rioting or anything like that. The first line, the first thing is by providing for people. there are a lot of people in need, and there are a lot of ways that you can alleviate needs, whether it's by providing food, providing clothing, providing housing, by starting a project that alleviates local needs. A lot of people are radicalized into the right because they are hurting, they are suffering, they are siloed off, they are alone. Yeah, absolutely. Max Sips, can you message me on Discord to remind me? Is this why pride is so important to protect? I bet this is why we should all be glad companies celebrate, at least in some parts of the West. Pride is important to protect. Companies celebrating pride is I don't know. It's neutral. They're gonna go like, I don't really, that's not the thing. This is really hard to talk about. Hold on. Pride is important because pride continually reminds people that a marginalized population has a right to exist, whether or not everyone feels comfortable about it. Pride is saying, yes, we exist, we are beautiful creatures, we live lives that are worthy of respect, we live lives that are worthy of existence. We are just as good as you, and we are just as proud as anyone else. That's what pride is really about. Whether companies are on board with it or not is a whole different question. Pride is about continually reasserting your right to exist. And the reason why pride is important is because, as it turns out, throughout history, societies again and again and again attempt to take advantage of hateful narratives of prejudice to try and subjugate people. And they subjugate people because, well, because in this particular case, we now live in capitalism. In the past, there were some different reasons, but there are ties between between these time periods. But living under capitalism, the reason why it's important to ensure that there are marginalized and subjugated people is because you need an underclass. Capitalists need an underclass of people who are desperate, people who will do whatever. People who can be arrested and thrown into prison and then used for prison labor, people who will take the dirtiest and most abusive jobs, people who will be sex workers whether they want to or not. The reason why capitalism in our system, why there's such a pressure to continually create an underclass is essentially because capitalism requires some level of slavery to function. And pride is about combating being forced into becoming an underclass. Pride is about coming together, finding one another, seeing one another with your own eyes, knowing for a fact that there are hundreds of queer people all around you, many of whom could be very good allies and friends, people who could even become family. That's the value in pride. I don't care whether companies participate or not. That's their own prerogative. Sure, I think it can be beneficial sometimes. I think it can be detrimental sometimes. Right now, I don't have a community to back me up. What can I do to combat this alone? Find a community. Start building a community. You have to start finding a community. There's not a whole lot. The history of the world is not made up by like lone wolves doing it on their own. It's by people working together, by people being brave and working together. Well, then you gotta expand out, Violet Metal Mark. I know it's hard, but priority one has to be building a community. How do you find people like yourself? You have to go out. You have to venture out. You have to go into new social spaces intentionally. You have to go to places where your interests take you, meet people there, and, you know, be brave. And I know it can be hard at times. But it absolutely is possible. It absolutely is possible. And keep in mind that this community right here does just a little bit of that. And it's not everything. It's not everything. It's only the first step. But my community serves as a place where trans people can meet lots of other trans people and share information, share ideas, share experiences. Our server is bumping 24 hours a day. No joke. There are always people hanging out on my server, and a lot of them are trans. And we also have servers that we're connected to, communities that we're connected to, that if my server isn't the place for you, I'm sure there's a server nearby that is. And that's the beginning. You can start to meet people who you can network with. Maybe they live in your area. Maybe you now have a friend in your area. I know that's been true for me. I've said this before. I met my partners on Twitter. I met my partners by talking about trans stuff on Twitter, and I found multiple trans people that I followed, and then we ended up bonding. It's how you decide to go about things. Like, you have to be an active participant in life. You have to be an active participant in the world. Yeah, actually, unironically, as Spyro Gal says, Vosh's progressive victory thing is a great way to meet people in a very safe environment. Yeah, sure, it's going and knocking doors, but it is a way to go meet a ton of people. And let's say you go do the progressive victory thing. You sign up and you go knock a few doors. Maybe none of the progressive people win. Maybe it's not enough. So what? You just met 20 new people who all share some degree of your politics and who might also be trans. Yeah, it's liberalism. It's saying, all right, well, we got to do the voting and we got to do the door knocking, because you can't just let go of that completely. You got to do the chores. But hey, let's network. The bigger, more important part is networking, is meeting people. Seriously, unironically. Landon Turner says, yeah, let me just go out where I live in Alabama and find community with all the racists. Landon Turner, look, I assure you there are probably more queer people in your area than you think, but yes, some areas of America are worse than others. And if you can't find community there, you have to leave. You have to leave. That's just how life is. And it's not fair. It's not good. And it's not easy either. I'm not saying that it's easy to do that, but if you can find no community where you are, this is one of the reasons why I yell about this horrible red state balkanization on trans rights thing, because it is bad. It does make it hard. Keep in mind, guys, there have been people in way worse conditions than us in the past, okay? Let's be real about this. In the past, okay, can we just take a minute and let's just step into a significantly worse situation for just a second. Okay, I want you to imagine that you are a slave in the southern states. Yeah, it gets a lot darker all of a sudden, doesn't it? Can you imagine the types of risks that slaves in the southern states would have to take if they wanted to escape from that? You had to either sacrifice your life by becoming immediately violent, aka doing a slave uprising, and you'd probably die, or you had to risk it, fleeing, where there's people who are hunting for you, where you could be arrested and brought back, where you could be tortured for being caught. That's a significantly worse situation. We're not there yet. We still have a lot of steps before we get to anything like that level. Yes, there are all kinds of negative and terrible things, and there are a lot of really bad places to live, but we still have time. And we still have time to work together. We still have time to put together plans. We still have time to come together as a community and help fund people getting out of bad places. You guys all know one of my biggest successes of this year was literally co-hosting a gigantic fundraiser for trans people, and then participating and raising $17,000, 17 fucking thousand, for another trans charity campaign. And the first one I did went directly to moving funds, and we're gonna do more of those. Witch Night Melody, if you have family who won't leave or a significant other who won't, I don't know what to tell you with that. You gotta work that out yourself. And I know that's not a satisfying answer, but I can't answer every possible circumstance. This is why I'm saying, Like, this is why I'm telling people that you have to become an active participant in your own life. You have to decide if people are holding you in a place that's unsafe for you. God knows I've had to. Landon Turner says, I do want to move, but that requires so many resources and money. Start working on it now. Take any opportunity you can, save that money, put that money aside, go stay with a friend in another state if you have to, work out some deals. You have to take that, the most active thing, and you will thank yourself for it. Not having to live looking over your shoulder at all times is a massive change. And I've said this many times before. You know the adage about being in an abusive relationship, like, I can change him. Don't get in an abusive relationship with your state government, okay? I can change him. You can't. If you can't change an abusive partner, what makes you think that you alone is going to be able to change your state government, okay? I'm not saying that there is no point to participate in those, but you can't do it alone. You alone cannot change a state government. You have to get on your own feet. You have to get to a stable position. That's just fundamentals. Yeah, pick yourself up by your bootstraps. That's what I'm saying, definitely. I guess anytime you tell people that, you remind people that they are a sentient being that has to make decisions in their own life and has to take an active part in resisting the oncoming genocidal wave of fascism. Anytime you do that, that's bootstrapping. Many of you know my story of coming out. It was really fucking difficult, and my life got really fucked up by the fact that I came out. I was severely, severely punished by my family for coming out as trans. It's just how it was. And I wish that nobody else had to deal with that. But unfortunately, we do not live in the best times right now. So we have to resolve ourselves. We have to steel ourselves. We have to become strong together. Look out for each other. Be ready to help one another. Okay? And also, respect one another for when you do help. Praise the helpers. Back up the helpers. Make it happen. That's all for that bit. Thick Boy asks, this is a bit of an aside, but something I've been struggling with. What is your view on trans versus non-binary? I am an assigned male at birth non-binary that's still quite mask presenting. So sometimes I'm not sure if I'm more trans or an ally. I feel like you must have answered this question like this before, but I probably missed it. Oh, like, as far as I'm concerned, anybody who is non-binary is essentially trans. Like, I don't really make a distinction. I view, like, non-binary as a type of trans. Because if you're non-binary, you are, even if, by identifying as non-binary, you are openly declaring that you are stepping away from the gender that you were assigned. That in and of itself is an act of transition. Sure, it's not as you know, personally invasive or whatever as, like, that's the wrong word. I mean, I guess as like surgeries, for example, you have to get invasive surgeries. That's a pretty big deal. But I think that if you are breaking the gender norms and you're open about it, then and you're crossing from your gender at birth to any other type of gender, be it a xenogender or non-binary type of gender or whatever, that all is trans. And regardless, it doesn't matter anyway, because as far as the conservatives are concerned, you're just as bad as the rest of us. So we may as well band together. I'm non-binary and I take HRT. I just prefer she/her pronouns. I prefer feminine expression, but I'm non-binary. I take HRT. I've had gender confirming surgery. I know, surprising. Yeah, no problem. Hopefully, hopefully that answers that. Louis Boy says, what about social media moderation? Like, could joining the Facebook mod team get rid of the right-wing accounts or group chats be a form of resistance? Of course it can. There are an infinite, there are like literally an impossible number of ways that you can fight back against right-wing encroaching politics. But the first thing you have to admit is that your life is political. Your life is political whether you want it to be or not. It is just how it is. Life and politics are one and the same. All of life is political. And I don't mean political in that somebody's gonna vote on it. I mean that existing in a world with other humans is inherently political. Existing in a world that's full of societies and states that claim ownership over you. The United States, if you're born in the United States, you are a citizen whether you want to be or not. Oh, I have no idea, Bizadoo. I have no fucking idea. God. I gotta keep an eye on this account. The personal is political. Yes, although that phrase got memed into the dirt. It is true, though. It is true. Everything we do is political, like it or not. There is no such thing as apoliticality. And that's especially true, by the way, in a world where you have to share a world with fucking insane-ass conservatives who think that every trans person is secretly an actual demon. Yes, that your life has been made political whether you want it or not. True! True, Louis boy. Yeah, you can call me ableist for that if you want to. I don't think it is, but all right. This is why assimilationists aren't happy people. Yes, assimilationism is a doomed venture. You all know I feel very poorly about the prospects of assimilationism, and interestingly, assimilationists always give a fuckload of leeway to those who are actively looking to harm to harm queer people. What is assimilationism? Assimilationism is the idea that gay people should basically try to assimilate to normal society. It's the idea that like trans people should aim to pass as well as they can. That trans people should be, you know, you get legal rights and then but don't do anything weird. Don't upset the balance of the status quo, that you should meld into the status quo, you should meld into citizenship, and that you shouldn't basically rock the boat too much. That's the idea behind assimilationism, is basically, we just want to be normal. Can't you just see we're normal? That's assimilationism in a nutshell. Can we talk about the extreme rejection of passing as a trans person that's been happening on Twitter recently? You know, that one tweet, "Passers get the bullet first." Huh? I've never heard, I've literally never, I literally have no idea what that's talking about. Like, that sounds like some fucking 4chan op. The concept of passing is bullshit. I hate it. I know this hurts sometimes. It used to hurt me too to think about it. But the idea of passing is bullshit. Just so you know, cis women don't even pass all the time. Cis men don't pass all the time. Here's the thread. All right. If you want to pass for cis and live an ordinary life without caring for other trans people, you're a traitor. I'm sorry, you're in the thick of this whether you like it or not, and praying to be shielded from it rather than praying for the end of it is fucking regressive, okay? There are so many minorities subjected to violence for existing that also wish they could live normal lives. Don't pray to be exempted, show some fucking solidarity, you goddamn coward. Passers get the bullet first. I'm being more inflammatory than necessary because I'm kind of pissed off at the moment. This sounds like a 14-year-old. Sounds like a stupid 14-year-old. Like, I don't know. I don't know what you want me to tell you. This is not a significant viewpoint that anybody holds. It's stupid. It sounds puerile and childish. Yeah. So assimilationism is when like Mexican tacos want to get accepted by society so they become flavorless, disgusting white people tacos. Yeah, that is a form of assimilationism actually. There is of course, in a different context, there is racial assimilationism as well. Racial assimilationism is a thing that has been talked about for a very long time. I was referring to assimilationism mostly in the context of like queer stuff, but yes, racial assimilation is a huge thing. Oh, there's an entire movie about it. There's a movie. Have you guys ever seen Sorry to Bother You? There's a movie called there's this great movie called Sorry to Bother You, and it talks about exactly that. Like a guy, the joke in the movie is that this guy has the perfect white guy voice. There's a black guy, and he's able to succeed in business because he has the perfect white guy voice, and he's able to like get ahead in sales because he can do a perfect impersonation of a white guy, so everyone thinks he's white and they stop being racist. And it's very, very satirical, obviously, but that's a real thing. Like the idea that like if you act more X, you act more straight or act more white or whatever, that you'll suffer less consequence. Well, of course, that is an idea. That is basically assimilationism. It's the idea that like, yeah, you know, well, if you come here, you just gotta stop speaking Spanish. You gotta wear cargo khakis, and you gotta wear a polo shirt. It is a really good movie. Yes, that is the movie Rumi read. Have you heard of autistic girls masking? Yes, I have, extensively. Yes, masking is a big, big thing. Yeah, I get that. I get that, femboy low poly. The movie is called Sorry to Bother You. It's a very good movie. I highly recommend it. It is made by a vowed leftist, just so you know, the creator of that Boots Riley. I think he's a Maoist actually, which is a little bit interesting. But yeah, it's a really fucking good movie. Yeah, Maoism is kind of cringe, yes. But you know, there's a lot of older commie people who you know buy into who buy into certain types of like revolutionary thought that I no longer agree with. That I try to judge them a little bit less harshly because those were the only groups that existed at the time. Which is like, you know, whatever. But yes, as for passing, sorry, I got distracted off the passing thing. Let me make a little final statement on passing and non-passing. Passing doesn't really exist, okay? It's an illusion. And passing is also a thing that has to be maintained the moment you don't pass, the moment there's a single crack. And sometimes the cracks are impossible, okay? Because keep in mind, cis people get misgendered sometimes. Cis people get targeted by transphobes for being like manly or whatever. There is no way to perfectly pass all the time, and passing isn't going to save you, because it only saves you for as long as you keep it up, and it is impossible in our society to always pass. And hell, let me give an example. When I got my gender confirming surgery, I got misgendered by one of the nurses. I was so out of it, I couldn't say anything about it, and I couldn't remember which nurse it was, if you could tell me, but I got misgendered by the nurse who was taking care of me after my gender confirming surgery, because they just looked at my thing and saw that I was getting an orchiectomy, and they said, okay, you're getting an orchiectomy, that means you're a dude. It's very fucked up. So, and that was when I was trying my hardest to pass. Okay, I was literally there getting a gender confirming surgery. Like no one passes all the time. And passing, the moment that people find out you're trans, well, you're trans to them now. So passing is I understand, like I get why people want to pass, but it's the wrong metric. Okay. Anybody in chat who is who highly values, passing, consider no longer valuing passing and instead just valuing self-improvement. Change your appearance to the way that makes you happy. Keep changing your appearance, keep changing your body, your life, your dress style to a way that makes you happy. That is a better metric than trying to aim for passing, because passing is so nebulous, it is so impossible, and you never know when you're going to pass and when you're not going to pass. Even the most young trans, been on hormones and hormone blockers, since they were 16, got surgery at 18, even the most, sometimes aren't going to pass. It's just how it goes. Like I said, cis people aren't going to pass. Reject passing and embrace just becoming the beautiful you, okay? And that doesn't mean that you just have to I accept myself exactly as I am. No, it's great to make changes to yourself. It's great to make improvements, but don't do it to pass, because you'll be chasing that forever. Make yourself happy. Chase the appearance that you want to have, chase the style you want to have, but don't. Completely irrelevant. Were you serving cunty, skinny legend energy or butch lesbian that will rock your world? Back in the day, I was much skinnier than I am now. I was really skinny at that time, to be completely honest. I had lost a lot of weight, and I tried to be very femme typical. I was way too scared to do butch stuff. Believe it or not, I only ever started dressing butch, once I started becoming more confident from streaming. Well, the thing is, I've been fat for most of my life, but for a period of a period in my mid-20s. Well, okay, I've always been overweight I've been overweight for most of my life, and I've yo-yoed in weight from dieting. I would get tired of getting made fun of for being slightly overweight when I was a kid, and then I would diet and lose a bunch of weight, and then I would get depressed and gain it back again, and then I would diet again and lose it all and gain it all back, and eventually I stopped giving a fuck. And I stopped giving a fuck because I actually don't care. I don't actually care about being skinny. It was an entirely projected upon me by other people telling me that I needed my body to be a certain way, and I just don't give a fuck anymore. So I spent a good chunk of my life yo-yoing up and down in weight while and here's a weird thing. This is a really weird thing. But this is real, by the way. If you're ever fat, you're fat forever. By a lot of people. There is so much fat phobia in our society. I was called fat by people in my family. I was made fun of for being fat even when I was skinny. Even when I lost weight, they would still treat me like I was a fat person. It's very fucked up. Fat phobia is a severely under-discussed topic, which we will talk about in the future. But yeah, it's really fucked up that people basically brand you if they've ever seen you, unless they've never seen you being like overweight at all. And by the way, I was not that fat. When I was a kid, I was just slightly like roly-poly. I was just I just had a little extra weight. And I got bullied relentlessly for it my entire life. And so now I just don't give a fuck. Now I just literally am like, no, you know what? Like, I'm fat. I don't care. Anyway, the idea that like, first of all, like, God, there's so much I could talk about. First of all, the like health dangers to being fat are completely misrepresented and misunderstood. That medical fat phobia is actually a documented phenomenon. That people who are slightly overweight or to overweight to obese are like 60% more likely to have their doctor ignore needed tests. So like a fat person will go into the doctor and they'll be like, my stomach is hurting. It hurts really bad. It hurts bad in the upper right quadrant. I'm pretty sure like my liver is being hurt. And they'll be like, well, you know, I'm gonna prescribe you to lose some weight and we'll come back in 6 months. And then they die of liver cancer because their doctor told them it was because they were fat. Unironically, a widely documented thing. Don't believe me? Go fucking, if this is a topic that you don't believe me on, I'm not doing a whole segment on this right now because I do not have papers ready. Just look it up. Look up anti-fat discrimination against people. Now, look at how much discrimination. It's so commonplace, especially in the United States. So people completely misunderstand and misrepresent what health challenges come from being fat, most of which are like only at the very extreme ends. Which is like if you are extremely overweight, there are some dangers, and if you are extremely underweight, there are some dangers. But if you're like fat, you're most likely going to be fine. If you're a little skinny, you're most likely going to be fine. Yeah, it's absurd, the level of medical discrimination that happens. He went years, Mr. Witt says, this literally happened to my father. He went years with undiagnosed gallstones until it killed him. Yep, it happens all the time. And the funny thing is, this has been, the reason why I always tell people to go look up all the studies that have been done on this is because they've done extensive blind and double-blind studies. They've gone and done bias tests where they'll like take a doctor who's like, no, I'm not fat. I don't have any discriminatory issues with fat people. And then they'll send them a whole bunch of like, they'll have them evaluate a line of patients, and then they'll be like, yeah, I don't have any biases, and then they get to the end and it turns out that they just ignored all of the symptoms of the fat people, and then they listened to all of the symptoms of the skinny people. It's extremely fucked up. Yes, also being overweight, like being obese, is actually less dangerous to your health in general than being like underweight by the same degree. If you're severely underweight, your body starts digesting your organs to stay alive. If you're severely like there is like people like I said, people completely misunderstand and misrepresent how weight affects your life. The reality is, people are super fucking fat phobic. They don't know what they're talking about. It is okay and attractive and fine to have weight on you, even a little more weight than most people think. Our society literally thinks, they'll literally look at supermodels and be like, she's too fat, 3 out of 10. Yep, yep, yep. There, here's a secret, okay? If you're overweight, here's a secret. There are So have people been through all of history. There have always been overweight people, and there are a ton of people who find curves really fucking attractive. So don't worry about it so much, okay? Our society is demented, and also liars. So there you go. Kaboka says, I feel like I've really changed how I see bodies this year, and being more accepting of different people and different kinds of beauty and different kinds of bodies has made my life so much better, legit. It's embarrassing I used to have those barriers, but I feel so much better. No. Don't feel bad about it. Just be glad that you've moved beyond them, because in reality, this is like, American media is so fat phobic. It is so bad to people. It is so horrible. Actually, hold on. I can show you. This is a study I can show you. Hold on. I can find this in 1 second. Hold on. Yeah, here it is. This is the one. Yeah, here it is. Here's the one right here. Look, let me read this real quick, okay? Fijian girls succumb to Western dysmorphia. This is from Harvard, the Harvard Gazette. This was published in the Harvard Gazette in March 19th, 2009. In 1982, Harvard Medical School psychiatrist Ann E. Becker was still an undergraduate at Radcliffe when she traveled to Fiji for a summer of anthropology fieldwork. What struck her about the South Pacific island nation, and has in many research trips since, was the absolute preoccupation with food and eating. She said, family and social life really revolve around food. It's all about food all the time. In a March 11th lecture at Radcliffe Gymnasium, Becker described the rhetoric of encouragement older women use to draw passerbys into lavish meals. Afterwards, she said, eaters unbutton, unzip, and lie down where they are. That's a good meal in Fiji. The centrality of food is in part a cultural artifact of a traditional economy based on shifting fortunes of subsistence agriculture. Who knew when the next run of fish would come or how good the crops would be? So prosperity has traditionally been associated with food and with hefty figures. In women especially, Fijians appreciate large, robust bodies, said Becker. But that ideal body type is now on a collision course with the Western ideal that equates beauty with thinness. This clash of cultures has affected adolescent girls most deeply and has engendered mental health implications. Since the first trip to Fiji, Becker has earned a raft of Harvard degrees, an AB in 1983 when she was awarded Radcliffe. These are just listing off her MD, PhD, her qualifications. Today, she's an associate professor. Inspired by what is now more than 2 decades of research in Fiji, Becker is a student of eating habits and self-image in ancient native culture now beset by the pressures of modernity. She is the author of Body, Self, and Society, The View from Fiji. Becker oversaw a study from 1995 to 1998 that measured the effect of television on cultural norms. Television was only catching on in Fiji in 1995. A decade before, even electricity was rare there. The results were startling. In 1995, without television, girls in Fiji appeared to be free of the eating disorders most common in the West. But by 1998, after just a few years of sexy soap operas and seductive commercials, 11.3% of adolescent girls reported that they had at least once purged in order to lose weight. To illustrate this rapid transformation of ideals, Becker quoted from the 1998 interviews, "I want their body," said one girl of the Western shows she watched. "I want their size." By the glow of the television, young girls in Fiji got the idea they could resculpt their lives, but they also began to think of themselves as poor and fat. Television brought with it a social norm of many dimensions. For one, it dislocated traditional clans, that's talked about, and the other, to one side was a television and one was a treadmill. Television and other Western influences also stimulated an appetite for consumer goods that almost no one could afford. Becker gave an example. To feed his family one meal at McDonald's, a farmer would have to grow and cut 1 ton of sugarcane. The changing social environment also took tolls on mental health. In 2007, Becker started a school-based study with one wedge-shaped section of Viti Levu, Fiji's main island. More than 520 girls filled out questionnaires and 300 consented to interviews. Becker found that disordered eating habits were alive and well in Fiji, with 45% of girls reporting that they had purged in the last month. So it went from essentially no presence of bulimia or anorexia to 11.3%, and then in a school study, 45% of students. Purged means vomiting. to throw up food so that you don't gain weight. That's what purging means, by the way. Ironically, many of the same girls also used appetite stimulants. They feared what Fijian is called a macaque, a disorder that suppresses the appetite. Anyway, yep. Pickle and Croissant says, do you think it's possible to actually attain a thinner or more muscular appearance if desired, or do you think that can only lead to toxicity and that desire can never be based on anything other than fat-phobic culture? Like how it's possible to attain certain body goals? Oh no, absolutely. It is absolutely possible to desire to lose weight and to do so in a healthy manner. It is entirely valid to want to be more muscular. Absolutely. I believe that you should do that. But but the reality is that the standards in our society, both for musculature and for thinness, are insane. Insane. So yeah, it's okay to want to be thin and it's okay to want to be muscular. In fact, I encourage people, like I said, my model is that you should look at your body and shape your body to the best of your ability, like I did with my tongue, to fit your view of yourself, your desired view. Losing weight on your own terms, fucking beautiful. Losing weight because everybody in your family makes fun of you for being fat, that's very unhealthy. Yeah, exactly. As an Intentions Nasty says, yeah, dudes get it really hard too. The dehydrated muscle ideal is fucking toxic. Yes, it's absurd. And it's fueled by misinformation and spectacle. Idiots on TV show pictures of like literally nearly on the edge of dangerous dehydration bodybuilders showing off their muscles for a one-day event and then say, yeah, this is what you should look like. I lost weight and bulked up my muscle over the past year, and I just feel 100% more confident, and people definitely seem to notice and respond. Some of it is body, some of it is also workout endorphins, and also looking how I envision myself, and people picking up on my good energy. It's really good for my mental health. Also, I'm still a little squishy, and it's cute. Of course it is. I've had people tell me that fat shaming is good for fat people and to bully them into losing weight. That is objectively false, by the way. Just so you know, fat shaming does not work. It has been heavily researched. It simply does not work. It will not succeed. People don't, like long-term weight loss is never achieved by that. Sometimes short-term weight loss is. Like for example, if people are being bullied, they might starve themselves, but they'll gain back that weight if they stop starving themselves, if they don't die. Striped Kidder says, I feel like doctors have demotivated me from ever working out. From my family shaming me subtly and doctors saying I'm going to get diabetes and die, I cry when I try to work out. I'm really sorry to hear that. If you can, try to recontextualize exercise as something you are doing for you. If you want to exercise, when you go to exercise, go and exercise because it's making your body stronger. Don't do it for anybody else. Do it for you. That's it. And if you feel yourself remembering those things, push back and say, no, I'm doing this for myself. Seriously. Another thing that I wanted to touch on. Oh, yeah. Kaboka says, I'm not even kidding, but I'm a huge sumo wrestling fan, and watching that and learning to see these people with super non-normative bodies being incredible peak athletes with a ton of confidence and skill totally changed how I see bodies. I genuinely think they're beautiful. Yes. As it turns out, like I said, weight and healthy are not, there are certain levels where it becomes correlated again, but they're not directly correlated. There are a lot of overweight people who are very healthy, and there are a lot of people who are normal weight who are very unhealthy. Yep. For me, it's really interesting. When I was my skinniest, weirdly enough, despite the fact that I was made fun of for being overweight my entire life, I was probably my least, I wouldn't say my least confident, but losing weight did not actually help my confidence. It didn't actually. It made me slightly less scared of some things, but what actually helped my confidence was just being myself and then saying, fuck it. If you don't like it, get the fuck out. That's what actually did it, because just accepting that I'm a bigger person and that I'm okay with being a bigger person, that made people accept me for who I am. It means that the people in my life don't constantly harbor resentment for me not looking the way they want. Instead, there's people who just like me for who I am. So it's interesting, despite the fact that I did actually lose a ton of weight at one point by extreme dieting that was agonizing. It was very difficult. I lost a lot of weight. When I was at my lightest, it didn't even help me that much. Yep. Yeah, body shaming is really fucking bad. Intentions Nasty says, my relationship with weight loss is skewed because of eating disorder. So I don't think my outlook on my own body back then doesn't apply to general populace, as it was just a way to punish myself for existing more than anything. Oh, I've been there. Darumba says, I've been overweight my whole life and have always had a clean bill of health. Lol, me going back to live with my parents and family in general have started to make that clean bill start to deteriorate. I'm really sorry to hear that. Any recommendations on where to start to look to start an actually healthy, positive meal plan? Unfortunately, it's pretty difficult. It's pretty difficult because there are a lot of nutrition hucksters. Yeah, it's really hard I can't make any immediate recommendations. I'm sorry about that. There are a lot of diet hucksters, and it makes it really hard to find reliable information about like building meal plans. Part of it is going to be, you're going to have to do a little bit of trial and error. You're going to have to try some things and see what works for you. Obviously, I think that it's important to focus on making sure that you're getting the nutrients you need over calorie counting and stuff like that. But yeah. Yeah, keto by the way, keto destroyed my gallbladder. Keto is very harmful. Keto got out of control, and just be very, very careful with keto. Keto diets are designed to help very, very specific people in very specific situations. You have to be very, very careful with that shit. It actually seriously hurts you. It's very not good. Yes, keto. I lost my gallbladder because I did keto for multiple years. That's how I lost my weight. I did keto, and it literally destroyed my gallbladder. What about a Mediterranean diet? I've heard those are very, very good, but I don't know. The problem with diets is that the truth is we don't actually have nutritionists. There's a lot of pseudoscience in nutritional science. Nutritional science is much more complicated than people let on, so it's very difficult. You have to do a lot of reading and you have to do a lot of experimenting, and you also have to keep a little bit of skepticism on at all times, no matter who you're listening to, including myself, by the way. The way that I eat, I don't count calories anymore. I try to eat to satisfaction and not to like overstuffing unless I'm celebrating something, which occasionally happens. And I just try to enjoy my life and make sure that I get all the nutrients I need. Yeah, get to know your own body. Keto, be careful with it. Seriously, unironically, please be careful with keto. Please, 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 please be careful with keto. It is very, very dangerous, okay? Any diet with a hard and fast rule that's easily explained, I generally think is going to be a scam. How we treat our bodies is super complicated. Just saying like all fat, no carbs is too easily marketable. Yes, of course. Our bodies are really complex. Like Guys, do you realize that most of human life, like most of human life for most of human history has been trying to figure out like what you can eat and what you can make and what you can do to make sure you get all your nutrients? And people used to like for like thousands and thousands and thousands of years of human history, people would wander around and have extremely varied diets depending on where they were at the time. That we're still like that, just so you know. And then we figured out which rotten things gave us a good buzz. True. Okay, to be fair, Emo and Non, most of them didn't die from the berries. Most of them just got tummy aches from the berries, and then they didn't eat those berries again. But there's also shout out to the humans that figured out how to like eat pufferfish without dying, and why you would ever do that, why you would ever take such a risk, I have no idea. But you know, shout out to them. Okay, everybody. This has been a fucking fantastic conversation, but we have one more piece of content to do for tonight. I had one more thing planned. So far, we have done everything I've planned and more, believe it or not, but we have one more thing to do, and that is we are going to react to a takedown of DJ Muel. Whoa, wait a minute. A takedown of DJ Muel? You mean the Vosh one? You mean the Demon Mama one? You mean the Destiny one? You mean the Shoe on Head one? No, of course not. I'm going to show you a very different style of takedown that I thought was fantastic. And I also want to show it because it's so different from my style. I want you guys to see a very different presentation style that makes some of the same arguments in a totally different style, and I want you to enjoy it because I'm telling you, it's really fucking good. This video we're about to watch is made by a content creator I quite like by the name of Chariot, who is occasionally in chat, might even be in here tonight. Huge shout out to Chariot. Please go follow Chariot. We're gonna do a little imp raid at the end of this, and you all are gonna go say nice things over on Chariot's video. But we're gonna watch it first before we do the you know, the liking and the commenting and stuff like that. But it's a really good video. I watched it earlier and I really want to watch you all. I want to watch it with you all. Again, this is a much shorter video than mine. It's much more concise and it's very different. This is a video essay style takedown, which I think is valuable since most of the people who reacted to DJ Muel were understandably streamers, seeing as how he was making fun of debate streamers the entire time and putting video essayists on a weird pedestal. Yeah, we're gonna watch it together and I think we're gonna have a good time, and I know you guys are gonna like it because it's really fucking good and I liked it too. So we're gonna watch it, but before we do that, first off, press some fucking like buttons. If you're here and you haven't pressed like on the Demon Mama stream, press like. And after the video, we're going to do the one type of raid that imps do, which is raiding with love. And afterwards, if you like the video, I want you to go over to the video. I'm gonna give you the link and everything and just put a comment. Whether it's love from the imps, Demon Mama watched this and we liked it, or much love, anything, any comment, any like, we're gonna do that after, okay? I'll shout it out, okay? We're gonna raid with love. We're gonna raid Chariot with love, okay? So, without any further ado, let's react to the video, okay? I'm quite excited to watch this with you because it's really good. Oh yeah, I actually didn't see Lonerbox's, but I think Lonerbox reacted to this as well. All right, let's do this. Let's watch this together.
Hey everybody, on the topic of
Oh, right.
today's video, I was
Chariot, my one piece of feedback to you. Boost that audio. Boost that audio. Boost. I love this creature. I love this creature. Chariot, by the way, if you need any assistance with audio or whatever, just ping me and I'll try and help you. I had to change my audio setup massively, and if you're using a microphone similar to mine, I would highly recommend, there's this little box. Hold on a second. Wait, you can actually see it. Hold on here, hold on. One second. Wait, wrong way. Oh, you can't. Oh yeah, you can actually see it right here. It's barely showing. It's this little box. It's called a cloud lifter. And, oh, you have a Blue Yeti. That explains it. That explains it. The Blue Yeti has a very, very weak amplification. It's okay. The Blue Yeti is actually an A-OK mic. It just has kind of weak amplification. It has weak gain. No worries. Anyway, let's watch this video together. I don't want to sit here and say that, but let's watch.
It's actually leaning in the direction of not making it at all, but some recent interactions I've had have led me to strengthen some already pretty strong convictions that I have about the left, the queer community, and the online discourse. I've got a lot of material that I'm still processing, but a few essays will be going up rapid fire to my Patreon and my main channel as compensation for lost content this year.
Can I just say that Chariot has like an incredibly soothing voice? Now, some of you will know we watched a video by Chariot a couple of months ago that I think is really, really fantastic. That was Chariot's analysis of the arguments presented by Riley Grace Rochong, an irrelevant nobody who has thankfully disappeared from political spaces. Chariot did a very, very polite and very, very well-structured academic takedown, and you will soon see that this one is very similar.
I've done a lot of streaming and stream segments, but I'm still in fact working on longer form content for all of you to enjoy. This one, however, will lose relevance if I don't upload it quickly enough, so I'm going to blitz through it with low production value and no collaboration from anyone else, unlike the last public essay I uploaded. Don't worry, better material is on the horizon, as are better days. No, what I wanted to talk to all of you about today is something very unfortunate that happened recently on left-wing YouTube, with particular relevance to the ongoing Cold War between left-tube debate streamers and video essayists. A lot of creators you watch may, due to their own considerable intelligence and capacity for social graces, be withholding an input in this series of feuds on their public channels, but we won't be doing that here. I considered briefly reacting to the creator and video we're about to respond to live on my stream, but noticed many people already doing this, and considered the possibility that a video essayist and their viewers who are already opposed to politics streamers aren't going to be reached that way, and I do believe many of them can be reached. My other consideration was that an essay on this video might be wasted. These days I enjoy writing short media essays for my patrons and longer research responses to other creators on issues that I feel I can bring to light, but those are either limited in scope or take a great deal of time to produce. I also have other work outside YouTube and Twitch to consider and have to be judicious with my time these days, especially since I can't pay anybody else to manage my channels, so everything you see for now is all me. As the video I'm responding to was, to put it in a friendly way, mostly vibes, I did not initially believe that this would be a good use of my time, as there was no research to be done. However, after 2 weeks of reflection, the thought kept nagging at me, and I decided to get it all off my chest. In responding to DJ Muel's video, Xander Hall is not your ally, I initially posted a comment in his comment section which he, to give credit where it is deserved, allowed to remain up either out of good faith or disinterest. The sentiments expressed in that comment will be expressed here in more detail with reference to what it was DJ Muel actually said that bothered me, but if you read that comment when I shared it previously, you may find that this video is less polite. To be frank, the more I speak in detail about DJ Muel's exact words, the less it will become possible for me to be entirely civil. I am often bombastic on stream, throwing insults and making proclamations as I work through how horrible politics can often be. However, in scripted videos, it is much easier to maintain an even tone while also offering strong condemnation, although in fairness, you wouldn't know it looking at much of political YouTube.
Fucking true, though! Fucking true! Look, I am very bombastic, okay? I am a streamer through and through. I am no video essayist. So I appreciate, and But don't get me wrong, I fucking love video essays, all right? I watch a ton of video essays on my own time. Fucking love me my Jacob Geller. Was watching some Jacob Geller earlier today. Love me my Jack Saint. Love me my Chariot. Love me my fucking ContraPoints. Yum yum. Delicious. Love it. Fucking eat them up. But what I make streams. I do this shit. I'm loud. I'm bombastic. I'm a demon. That's what I do.
There's a place for strong language and a place for thoughtful reflection. I made the resolution at the end of last year that any scripted content I will be uploading on this channel will be more even in its approach, while any stream segments will be more playful. This is where we approach the subject of Xander Hall. I have disagreed with Xander Hall over the years on a few things, but if
Sandra Hall.
you're a fan of essays and not streams, I invite you to give him one solitary consideration in his favor during the course of this video, which is that the things he says are, with the exception of some pre-recorded content, mostly off the cuff. I found talking on stream and talking in an essay are not just tonally different, but deeply different skill sets. I think there are people who, in text, I could argue with very well, but being able to keep all those words in my head and present them with the right phrasing and the right sequence is something else entirely.
This is a really, really good point that I deeply appreciate from Chariot. Thanks for throwing us a bone here. Seriously, thanks for, appreciate that, a lot. Because people don't understand what it's like to be a lot of people who've never done streaming, especially who've never done debate streaming, have no idea the difference, that the completely different skill set that's required. Like, so every single time, you guys know this because you see it every day, you're used to it, but every single day, in truth, even though I plan segments and stuff like that, I have a little outline, every stream day never goes as planned. People ask me weird questions, I get stun locked, I get distracted, weird shit happens, and that's on a good day. On like a day where I'm like, on a day where I'm arguing with somebody or debating with somebody, that shit can go anywhere, and you have to be able to rely on, react on the fly. So it is a very different skill set. It's not better or worse or anything like that. It's just how it is. It's just something that streamers have to deal with. And also, there's a reason why there's like a different standard for like when you edit and re-edit and whatever a video versus when you're reacting to something live. Live reaction, you're gonna watch my immediate reaction to something. If something shocks me, you're gonna see it. That's not the case in a video essay or even a traditional essay. If I was shocked by something, that can be chosen to be conveyed. You can choose to act as though you were not shocked by something. It's interesting. I just really appreciate throwing a bone to streamers here just a little bit.
Streamers who speak well off the cuff and are entertaining personalities are different from video essayists who allow themselves a great degree of editorial control. I'm laying all of this out here because we won't be looking at much of DJ Muel's video today. In fact, we'll only be looking at a few portions of it. As an argumentative person, I want to respond to every individual statement. As a writer, I know the value of being concise and hope you will put your trust in me that I am not leaving out any particularly damning information on either side. I want to select for the material that will give you the most information and allow me to create a dialogue. I doubt DJ Muel will ever see this, but his fans might. In addition to offering many nitpicks...
Okay, we need to actually, I know what we need to do. We need to get the autism creature in chat. We need to get this as an emote. Not this exact version, but we need to get an imp version of the autism creature for chat. Like maybe red with little horns. I absolutely love the autism creature. I love it so much. It's one of my favorites. Call it Yippee? It could be called Yippee. Yeah, it could be, or something like that.
Of Xander Hall's language, DJ Muel spends a great deal of time talking about Xander Hall's past, his stated politics, the nature of debate, and Xander Hall's...
Intention's nasty. If you do it, of course I will deeply appreciate it. If you decide to make a impo autismo creature, it will be fucking incredible, and I will put it in chat immediately, as soon as possible. Just saying. You don't, no pressure, but if you do it, you call it pautism. That's cute!
Supposed character assassinations of Kira Chats and Sophie from Mars. I have mostly neutral opinions of these creators, and therefore won't be weighing in on much of those segments. However, I do want to offer some very brief critique of DJ Muel's posture for much of these segments. The first thing he says that I would like to note is about debate bros in general.
Their entire modus operandi seems to be that we need to convert people who think differently to us. They're obsessed with this idea, even though it was proven wrong 100 years ago by Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, who said this: "Why should we bother to reply to Kautsky? He would reply to us, and we would have to reply to his reply. There's no end to that. It will be quite enough for us to announce that Kautsky is a traitor to the working class, and everyone will understand everything." And of course, multiple real instances of people that these nerds have debated who have remained steadfast in their fascist opinions. So there you have it. Now you're briefed on the debate person, the type of leftist who simply thrives on drama and doesn't give one iota of shits as to whether people are actually doing on-the-ground organizing, activism, or doing anything progressive at all. They love leftism as an aesthetic, as it were.
Longtime fans of this channel will likely anticipate that I will have several problems with this series of comments. A lot could be said about DJ Muel's deeply self-congratulatory posture throughout this entire video, so I'll get it out of the way and say I'm glad he's so pleased with himself. Somebody has to be. Moving on, it's also somewhat funny to me that DJ Muel uses the language of proving anything when quoting Lenin here. There are a few problems with this, but the first is that it doesn't demonstrate anything. Lenin said this. What were his complex reasons behind this? Who knows? It just reads as an opinion. He might as well have quoted Lenin as saying anything about any of his political contemporaries with whom he disagreed. It would have been at least as enlightening. The next problem with this quote is, of course, that it's a total meme quote that you'll recognize from Marxist-Leninist social media posters, but not from any text by Lenin or historical account of Lenin in particular, because its source is shaky to the point that we don't even know if Lenin actually said that. He may not have. Sucked on Left, a person with whom I have some disagreement, covered this fact recently in a Substack post where he talks through how the oldest prominent available source for this quote is a conservative pundit named George Will, in his book The Morning After: American Successes and Excesses, 1981 to 1986, published, naturally, in 1986, and a Newsweek article a decade later, before going on to reiterate that quote in a number of other prominent periodicals. Critically, this quote goes entirely unsourced and is scantily published elsewhere, which gives the thinking reader a sneaking suspicion that Mr. Will may have in fact made it all up.
Also, this is extremely funny. It's extremely fucking funny. But when I was watching this earlier, I was watching this with Doe, and we had to pause this video 2 separate times because Doe went on gigantic tirades about how stupid the quote was to begin with, because there's literally Doe was like, people don't the fucking tanky types, like Doe was like, oh yeah, they always talk about left-wing communism, an infantile disorder, left-wing communism, an infantile disorder in which Lenin explicitly lambasts left comms for not participating in debates, for basically not specifically debates, but for not going out and arguing and converting people. So literally, not only is this quote fucking stupid and made up and fake, but Lenin literally wrote a book about like lambasting left comms because he felt they didn't do enough to go out and combat bad ideas. And then also Doe went on a giant rant later on about Bordiga. Bordiga and a speech that Bordiga gave. We'll get to that point later. Yeah, it is such a Doe thing to do. It's really wonderful. Today, Doe read me so much theory you can't even imagine. Like on, we had a really nice morning this morning, and we were chilling and eating food, and we smoked a little, and Doe was just reading me a bunch of theory, and it was really sweet. It's really cool to have a theory nerd as a partner. It really is. Let's continue.
So really, DJ Muel might as well have invented a Lenin quote and patted himself on the back for a job well done. In the process, he would have had the opportunity to create one a little less disingenuous, because if Lenin said this, he certainly didn't live it. Lenin spent a great deal of time replying to Kautsky, in fact. A considerable amount of State and Revolution is devoted to replying to Kautsky, and it's not the only text by Lenin to do so. But DJ Muel here also presents arguments against views that he finds disagreeable, and I'm certain he wouldn't fault other essayists for debunking reactionary political views, so what gives? Are these reactionaries so perfidious that to hear their words out of their own mouths gives them some special power, like Saruman the White, that would not otherwise be represented in their words if conveyed by a third party. Furthermore, DJ Muel doesn't substantiate his claims about why debate doesn't work, he simply proposes the fact that it doesn't and moves on. This is a strange way to engage with ideas. I have issues with debate formats, but my biggest one is that I am simply a very angry person, and cannot tolerate being in the presence of complete buffoons. I hope my audience therefore exempts me from any expectations to engage with some of these people in a live debate format purely on the grounds that I find it tiresome and not out of any weird desire to denigrate how rebuttals to ideas should be conveyed. In the previous quote, DJ Muel makes another assertion about a desire for drama and not real-life organizing, and he calls this loving leftism as an aesthetic. These are big words, but to my knowledge, Xander Hall is vaguely a leftist and more practically the world's most revolutionary liberal. There's a lot he appears to be down with when it comes to socialism, but he doesn't spend much of his time interacting with philosophical ideas around communism. I imagine he simply enjoys the work that he does and feels that it has a good effect on both furthering progressive politics and his personal interests. But I suppose I'll have to ask him.
I think that's personally, as somebody who, makes content with Xander Hall and will be making content with Xander Hall, I think that's a very accurate analysis of how Xan looks at his channel. His channel is like gaming and politics. It's meant to be pretty casual. It's meant to be discussions, thought-provoking, and debunking like extremely racist, extremely bigoted statements. He's not super into theory. He never really has been. And guess what? That's okay. It's okay to not be super into theory. I do think that there's a lot to be gained from it, but some people are just not going to be into it, and that's okay.
For DJ Muel's part, he actually follows up on this point in a pinned comment on the video where he says, and I quote, "While it's technically activism, the Democrats are not interested in progressive leftism. It is pointless to even get involved with electoral politics unless a candidate is supporting a non-reformist reform." I feel I've learned a lot about DJ Muel from this video and this comment, not the least of which is the fact that he thinks there's some such thing as non-reformist reform. He speaks elsewhere in his video about working with a tenants union, which is a great thing, but it speaks to a deep level of delusion that he thinks Xander Hall is some kind of fake leftist, and he is not. To the contrary, none of DJ Muel's arguments here, or his comments in response to objections people have taken to this video, have given me any faith that I as a communist would find any common ground with him. If he is working with a tenants union, unless they are in fact participating in the overthrow of society, then reform is all they will accomplish. All reform is reformism, my brother. That is why they call it reformism. This is the tension of being a communist in a capitalist society. What do you do when you can't do anything, but you can't do nothing? You do what you can. But you don't delude yourself into thinking that what you're doing is different, that you stand apart, because frankly, that's not as clear as it seems. Capitalism has, at least at first glance, a near inexhaustible potential for recapitulation. Much has been made on LeftTube of union power and the plight of the worker, and I do not denounce positions in defense of these things. But we must not be blind out of hopefulness. It is likely any real opportunity to shake off the yoke of the state and capitalism will come about in an unexpected manner, and many centers of left power thought reliable may turn and undermine the communist dream, the abolition of this society.
Boy, oh boy, isn't that true. Oh, we could have a whole conversation. Chariot, maybe sometime we will have a conversation about specifically this, how communist structures can end up impeding the actual how supposedly communist structures can actually end up impeding the advancement of society. It's a really, really good conversation. I would love to actually have a conversation about that. That would be so sick.
What's left to us to do is what is right and what is good, and to stay alive to pass that dream along. If you are a radical, do not be led around by your nose out of a desire to maintain that identity. That is all I will say for now. I do want to offer one brief insight on Xander Hall's gripes with Sophie from Mars that DJ Muel surprisingly only briefly touched on in his video segment, where he documented that exact subject. He sings Sophie's praises quite a lot and talks about how she loves her comrades and has these great political principles and has a positive effect on him and so on. And I won't bother digging through clips of him talking about how much he likes her, because I actually think it's kind of sweet and nice. He does, however, fixate unduly on the comments on Xander Hall's video without playing even a single clip of what Xander Hall had to say about Sophie. Is this a video about Xander Hall or his comment sections? DJ Muel briefly shows a shot from Xanderhall's stream with a tweet from Cherrybread up. And hello, Cherrybread, how are you? I hope you're well if you're seeing this. Always
Honor
a
to
pleasure.
Cherrybread,
And
base
this kicks off
Cherrybread.
the segment.
Now, I have to bring this up because this is something that's mentioned in this tweet. So, the sex cult stuff. I was actually going to include the sex cult drama in this video, but the main victim who spoke out against this has categorically said that she does not want people making content about what happened to her anymore. And so in situations like this, it's incredibly important to center the victim's voice. So I will not be talking about this stuff. However, with all that in mind and my actual knowledge of what happened, it is a extremely relevant thing for people to bring up about Xanderhall. So apparently, just for believing victims, Sophie here is being labeled as a bad faith actor who is spreading lies about the community.
Now, I would forgive you if you thought that I was exaggerating my own willingness to be rude in the script earlier.
Okay, no, hold on. I have to pause for a second. This meme is very important. The cherries, chariot, cherry bread, cherry. True, fucking true, fucking true. Absolutely incredible. The truest meme. I'm sorry, I had to show it right now.
Based on how this essay has likely come off so far. I've been hard on DJ Muel for the way he presents himself, but not overly cruel. However, there is no kind way to proceed from here on out. DJ Muel presents scarcely any information educating anyone on what happened to Xanderhall with regards to him being accused of having a sex cult, but he can't resist bringing it up, and so when he moves on by saying Sophie is being impugned, quote, just for believing victims, end quote, it is a clear insinuation of Xanderhall's guilt. This is a clear way of bringing up the allegations while still paying lip service to honoring the preferences of the alleged victim, while also having the burden of providing zero evidence. As is often the case in politics, rhetoric about believing victims is employed euphemistically. We can't know who the victim is here, at least in this video, because we don't know who is being accused of what or why or what the evidence is, other than the stated view that Xanderhall has a sex cult. Xanderhall does actually have videos going over the evidence in this matter, and I will link them to you informally in the description if I decide not to do a full bibliography for this video, as it is not a full, proper educational essay along the lines that I wanted to make. This is the worst outcome DJ Muel could have chosen. He made a true blue hit piece, an honest-to-God near slanderous work of erroneous misinformation. This is, of course, not the first time this has happened on YouTube, but it is always surprising when it comes from people who are supposed to be so principled. It's also worth pointing out that while DJ Muel employs the language of a sex cult, the alleged victim herself did not even do this. It was in fact another leftist YouTuber called Thought Slime who used that language and retracted it when corrected, and Sophie had a little good fun on Twitter by joking about it when Thought Slime issued his proclamation that he refused to back down on the assertion that Xanderhall was a sex pest, despite the sex cult language being something he regretted. Here, DJ Muel simply regurgitates this misinformation. It's worth pointing out that as regrettable as this is, when you are a content creator, if you get attention on your work, people may begin to say things about you sooner or later, especially if you're a minority. I know that as a transgender woman, I personally have endured several different occasions of my platform being swarmed by anti-SJWs, TERFs, Kiwi farmers, and even exes and former friends who I trusted, who have all said things about me that I was incapable of imagining when I first started this channel in 2017. I've learned a lot since then, namely that trans women are inherently seen as predatory by most people, will have their potential for harm exaggerated into evil abuse, and are not safe from the roil of lies and rumors that circle the online left like a dark cloud. I've tried to cover those allegations against me as little as possible, because the difficulty in doing so is that it's very difficult to exhaustively get everything in one place, and new narratives are manufactured all the time. I once actually made a video where I, in addition to getting some statistics wrong in a way that I regret, talked about the importance of believing victims when allegations arise. In response to this, a YouTuber known as Bearing reacted to my video, taking potshots at things I said out of context, and insinuated that it would really teach me a lesson if people said that I raped them. His followers complied, going into my video comment sections back in the day to leave comment after comment from anonymous accounts saying that I had raped all of them. This was 5 years ago, and it was my introduction to how this game is played. I would have to learn that lesson several times before it stuck. In a sick way, Bearing taught me a few important lessons. The first is that yes, claims should not all be taken in good faith. Some claims are made in bad faith. We've all seen this time and time again. Bearing clued into something that even most feminists didn't want to admit at the time during the height of Me Too, and many still don't, which is that claims taken at face value can destroy people and promote misinformation.
Yep.
As someone who has been a victim of sexual assault as well as allegations, none of this comforts me. If I come forward with an accusation, would I want someone to believe me, despite knowing their logic might be used to believe the same thing about me in turn? It's a bitter feeling. I have since felt that there is no place for me in these conversations. I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't. I don't believe in justice anymore, and if it was real, it would certainly not be for me. But if I could ask one thing of DJ Muel and all other leftists who may or may not see this video, I would ask them this. Why do you have such a hard time admitting what it is you actually believe? Because it seems to me that when you hear an allegation that you find appealing, you pontificate about believing victims. But when you hear an allegation that doesn't appeal to you, you cast aspersions on it. Why are allegations to you sometimes enough by themselves to call someone an abuser, but sometimes they aren't? Why are there times when you have only circumstantial evidence and you decide abuse did in fact occur, but in other instances where evidence is circumstantial you don't? I know now why you say you believe victims, and it's because you want to believe that you'll be on the right side of abuse allegations. But sometimes you won't be. Sometimes someone will be accused falsely and you'll harass somebody who is actually a victim. And sometimes someone will be accused correctly and you'll let it slide accidentally. You can't even argue that you believe all allegations because you know that you don't. I've already said I don't think I have a place in this conversation, but I hope you take my words to heart. I will never have justice, and I will never have whatever it is that would allow me to live a life where I am both not abused and not a target of harassment based on false abuse allegations. And I will have to live with that. But you are euphemistic in your language and imprudent with your reasoning, as we will see in short order. This isn't coming from nowhere.
What is a little bit more sickening in this situation, though, is that he says the only reason that he moved in with Lani was to escape a living situation with his parents.
My living situation with my parents eventually just got too toxic for me to continue being happy and making content, and I decided that my best course of action was to move away. And so I did. I moved all the way across the country to Palm Springs, California with Lani.
Which is, and I will die on this hill, a fucking terrible reason to move in with someone. It's a great
Chariot's fantastic. I love Chariot.
great reason to move out on your own, absolutely, but you should not be moving in with someone else just because of that. When you move in with someone that you love, that you're in a romantic or sexual relationship with, you do it because you love them and you care for them and you decide to face this life together, not to escape another shitty living situation. Which, in all honesty, doesn't actually sound like that bad of a situation because his parents took him in straight away after things went wrong with Lani.
So, where to begin with this? DJ Muel describes with some relative accuracy how Xander Hall came to live with Lani, actually going so far as to play a clip of Xander Hall himself describing it. He also gives some good ideal advice for why you should choose to live with a partner. However, DJ Muel mentions elsewhere in the video that he has worked with tenants unions, so I feel the need to turn his logic around and ask this. If Xander Hall's mother was abusive, why would that not seem as bad to you because she took him back in? And why would escaping an abuser not be a good reason to move away? He would have to move somewhere in order to avoid becoming homeless, so it's not like this was the worst option even though it didn't work out. Sometimes an abusive parent will actually want their child closer in order to have more control over them, so that doesn't inherently contradict Xander Hall's story either. Saying Xander Hall's relationship with his mother can't be that bad because he was...
That happens all the time. All the time. Just so you all know. Some of you, I'm sure, have probably experienced it yourself.
willing to move back in with her instead of becoming homeless is a weird thing for a member of a tenants union to say, given that fears of being homeless are a reality for people who are trying to escape abusive situations. This reads to me as DJ Muel being unwilling to consider the possibility that Xander Hall was a victim, and instead rewriting the entire situation to avoid that possible implication. And to rewrite the situation he does.
I think that in listening to all this and understanding what's happened here, I've come to the conclusion that Xander Hall made a huge mistake that a lot of people do when they look for a relationship, and that is that he wasn't looking for a partner, he was looking for a mother.
But it doesn't stop there. DJ Muel says this near the end of the video.
All this, coupled with a refusal to self-reflect, simply means that he's a narrow-minded man who's stuck in his own bizarre world of failed Minecraft YouTuber dreams and mummy issues.
What am I supposed to say to that? What logical or reasoned objection could possibly reach someone who thinks mommy issues is an acceptable way to talk about parental abuse? People like this will tell you they believe victims. It's a sick joke. Moving on.
So Xanderhal is then talking about how he blocked off all of his PayPal accounts, all the access he knew that Lani had to his money, and then goes on to show a bunch of Cash App transactions made to her account. But hang on a minute, if he just like on a whim decided to like stop her from getting money, which was her only access to money by the way, especially considering that he thinks that she was lying about the job that she had. And of course, remember chat, her having access to his money was an agreement that they previously had in the relationship, whether it was unspoken or not. What did Xanderhal expect Lani to do when he stopped her from having any access to money whatsoever? No, there was no chance for Lani to plead her case. No chance for her to talk it out with him. No, Xanderhal exacted the same state violence that any sheriff or landlord would do on someone who has not been paying their bills on time. It appears that the same day he did all this and
God, DJ Muel's video made me so mad. It's actually so absurd. I find myself wanting, it makes me so mad I want to react even though we're watching somebody else's reaction. Like just hearing his arguments make me so mad. I've already said it and it just gets to me.
stopped her from having access to money was also the same day that he kicked her out of the apartment. He didn't confront her with the information that he now had, nor did he give her any kind of grace period to find somewhere else to live. He just acted like the most disgusting, entitled, wannabe land baron that you could possibly conceive. Also, this part in the video where he scrolls through the transactions of varying amounts that absolutely can be explained away mostly by the fact that, as he admits earlier in the video, he was the sole breadwinner and gave her free reign of his debit card, with this absurd epic music like he's just solved the mystery of the century as well. It's gross. There's no other way to put it. It's sick. He's a sick misogynist that treats women like shit on and offline.
Now, if I could be allowed to interrupt here after that foul and disgusting bit of masturbatory fanfiction, there are a few points I'd like to make. First, DJ Muel says that the transactions here can absolutely be explained, but how? The transactions were archived, deliberately hidden from Xanderhal's site, which you would all know if DJ Muel had not neglected that piece of information. He also reverses the order of events, excusing these transactions by saying that if Lani had no other money, what else was she to do? You could be forgiven for assuming, if you were a DJ Muel viewer, that Lani took that money after Xanderhal cut her off, when the opposite was true. Xanderhal cut her off in large part because she took, over many months, using day-to-day withdrawals that frequently amounted from $50 to multiple hundreds of dollars, adding up to a grand total of many thousands of dollars from him. DJ Muel's own fantastical excuse-making here accepts the premise that Lani took the money, and the dates in her account name are shown in Xanderhal's video. Is Lani then excused from stealing thousands of dollars in advance because she looked into her crystal ball and saw that Xanderhal would cut her off for stealing thousands of dollars? Is that supposed to make sense to anybody? DJ Muel also compares Xanderhal to a landlord, but to be clear, Xanderhal's side of the story is that he was also evicted, because he says Lani was hiding eviction notices due to the property manager not having received months' worth of rent.
One of the weirdest things to me that doesn't really add up is that Xanderhal claims that there were eviction notices served to the property that apparently Lani had hid. Like, what would that have achieved? And also, why would she not have mentioned in her twit longer that she would have been worried about getting evicted from the apartment by landlord?
I don't know, my friend. Maybe because she was in the process of denying she had stolen any money at all, and admitting she knew the eviction notices were coming would open her up to the question of what had been done with the rent money, why she had been hiding the notices, and would have displaced the blame from Xanderhal onto her, kind of like what you're trying to avoid doing yourself. What it would have achieved is that it would cover up the missing money and forestall the end of her ability to use Xanderhal's finances. At this point, I really don't buy that you're confused.
Also in this next bit, Xanderhal just straight up accuses Lani of setting up a credit card in his name, which is extremely fucking hard to do when you don't have a fixed address. Like, where is she picking up this credit card from, dude? Is she picking this up from, like, the car park where she's sleeping in her car? One of the first things that he says in this video is that he noticed that money was getting drained out of his PayPal account to an unknown source, and that he didn't believe Lani when she said that he might have got hacked. But I've had my PayPal hacked before. A literal Russian child hacked my fucking PayPal in 2014 because I didn't know what I was doing. The little shit used it to pay for gaming subscriptions. It was extremely funny. And in fact, when I contacted PayPal, they sorted it all out immediately. It was pretty fucking good, to be honest. But what I'm trying to point out with this anecdote is that actually, it's entirely possible that someone could have stolen Xanderhal's identity and taken out a credit card in his name. Not just Lani.
It's clear he's doing everything in his power to reverse the narrative, even when his own arguments are self-contradictory. This is another case of DJ Muel either not bothering to listen, or precluding in his reasoning the possibility that Xanderhal could have been a victim. Xanderhal checked to make sure there were no fraudulent cards in his name after he found out Lani was taking this insane amount of money from his account. Why would it make more sense for Xanderhal to assume a Russian child did this than the woman he knew for a fact was currently taking money out from under his nose and lying to him about it? Yeah, highly theoretically it could have been anybody, but is that how it comes across? That she had no address to bill a card to doesn't make much sense, given that she would have had to take the card out before he found out about it, meaning she probably just used their old address before they got kicked out. This matches up with Xanderhal's story perfectly, but DJ Muel doesn't want to present that side of the story to you. I'd highly recommend you watch all of Xanderhal's videos about these topics, especially the original coverage of the sex cult allegations and the coverage of his fallout with his ex, as DJ Muel leaves out a critical amount of information that even I don't feel I can do justice in a quick script like this.
Next is more unfounded accusations that she was done by the cops for meth. And I gotta say, sharing someone's police report, even though it is public information, as he rightly points out in the video, is just a weird fucking thing to do. It's like being like, here is the official thing that says that my ex is a bad person. Anyway, he says that in the police report that she was definitely done for methamphetamine. Now, look at these police reports. It doesn't say anywhere here that she was done for meth. It says that she was done for being in possession of a controlled substance. You do know what a controlled substance is, don't you, Xanderhal? Many, 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 many things.
Vanderholt. Okay, YouTube automatic closed captionings. This one, what the fuck? How'd you get to Vanderholt? I can understand Sandra Hall, and I can understand Xander Space Hall, but Vanderholt?
Xanderhal wouldn't have needed to post Lani's police report in an attempt to exonerate himself if Lani hadn't made this all public discourse and there weren't liars like you, DJ Muel, out here trying to make what is really more of a character assassination on Xanderhal than anything he's ever said about any of your friends. This drug possession code is primarily used to refer to meth.
Fucking that line, so fucking true. There, not only is first of all, not only is like the like, oh, you said something mean that's true about my friends, so I'm gonna say something mean about you. That's one whole thing. But in this case, it's you said something mean that's true about my friends. I'm gonna make up everything you can possibly imagine, the worst things you can imagine, mock your abuse, lie about your a whole bunch of shit that you were just involved in. That's equal ground. It's literally like, it's like such unequal repercussions. Just absolutely absurd.
Of course, but it can refer to other things such as GHB, ecstasy, PCP, and ketamine. I'll be sure to link some pages that will be educational as to the nature of these kinds of charges in the description for further reading. But DJ Muel glosses over something very important here, which is the felony charge for fictitious checks under which both Lani and the man with whom she was arrested were both booked. This is in Xanderhal's video, which I again urge you all to watch for the full story. DJ Muel spent all this time doing his narcissist prayer, did she, didn't she, back and forth thing about Lani taking money and committing fraud. She didn't do it, but if she did, she had to, and if she didn't have to, then it can be explained otherwise, and if it can't be explained, then it must be Xanderhal's fault. This is a truly despicable display. Any shred of credibility DJ Muel has within his community after this video, pending a real apology to Xanderhal, is an indictment of that community. There is nothing more to say. I have no great lesson for you all today. The discourse is fucked, and I don't have any answers as to what we can do about it. That's all for me today, everyone. I have to go back to doing research for upcoming content, keeping my streaming schedule, and working on an important commission besides. Thank you for watching. Give this video...
Do you want to know? Do you want to know what Doe said at the end of this video? Doe said, "This is what you could do about it," and it's true. This right here, this high quality, pointed debunk, is one of the ways you can react. And of course, another way is what I did, which is to blow it out live on stream in a live reaction format, debunking, whatever. Both of those are valid responses. But honestly, I gotta say, I really respect this approach. I deeply, deeply respect this approach because it's very different to what I do, and it's an approach I really respect. Extremely well-cited, extremely even-handed, and extremely fair. By the way, if you enjoyed this video, which I did as well, please, right now I'm going to link right in chat for both YouTube and for website. Click on that link, go over and press this like button and leave a comment. Even if it's just an emoji in the comment, even if it's just one word, go press like, go press comment. And if you really like the video, please subscribe to Chariot's channel. I really like Chariot. I really like Chariot's videos, and I want my imps to go over right now. Click that link. It will take 1 second. I'm going to be annoying about it because we got to raid with love. Imps raid with love. This is how we build stronger communities, stronger algorithm on YouTube, is by giving love to people who make good shit. So there's the link right there. Take that. Oh yeah, the creature walks away. I love this. Hold on, look. We can watch the creature watch away.
I've got my Twitch and Patreon in the description as well if you feel so inclined, and I will hopefully be announcing more cool stuff on this channel by the end of the year. Take care of yourselves. It's a hard world out there.
Bye, creature. Bye, creature. All right. Okay, right now we're at 52 comments and 193 likes. I'm gonna refresh it. Oh, 235 likes, 59 comments. We haven't gotten many comments yet. We only got 7 comments so far. There's 250 people watching. Don't make me spam it again. Come on, it takes you 2 seconds to go in there and type, "Wow, really liked the video. Love from the imps," anything like that. Go do it. Go, go, go. It's right there. There's the link. I just clicked the link. I just shared the link, I mean. Go ahead, click it. Post an emote, post anything. Just, even if it's just good video. Even if it's just La Creatura. I'm gonna check again. Oh, 253, hell yeah, 65 comments, fuck yes. That's right, more. Come on, come on, come on. Just a little more, come on. I'd love to, but that adds even more steps, Bizadoo. So this is my way of making up for being a dirty React streamer. All right, I'm gonna do one more check in about 10 seconds here. So get in there and press your comments, okay? That's still pretty good. A couple ones already in there. I know some of you have probably already commented, so I'm not gonna be too much of an asshole about it. But yeah, love raids are very, very important, everybody. It builds very strong algorithmic affinity, and it's really great. One more link. Yeah, I'm posting the link one more time. All right. Boom, 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 boom. Is Nodders someone's name? No? No? It should work. I think, oh, it's, no. It's because it's an animated emote, and animated emotes are, you gotta have a subscription for that. There's a handful of sub-only emotes, and Nodders is one of them. Wait, no it isn't. Wait, yes it is. Never mind, yes it is. It's okay. Oh, hell yeah. Yes, 272 likes and 90 comments. That's what I'm fucking talking about. Yes! Doubling the comments, that is imp power. Imp love is incredibly powerful. Do you guys know how on this stream I always preach at you? I get on here and I hold my book and I go, blah, 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 blah. And I say we have to build community. This is one of the very small but nonetheless important ways we can build community, is by showing love to content creators who make good shit and not fucking giving all the algorithm attention to stupid fucking liars who make bullshit like DJ Muel. Okay, this is how we make the world, this is how we make, okay, it's not gonna make the world necessarily a better place, but it will make YouTube a slightly better place. And we all spend a ton of time on YouTube anyway, so we should probably do that. Okay? Now, my lovely imps, I have come to the end. I have come. What's this? No, I can't do any Kitboga tonight. I am tired and very hungry. And also, I want to be able to play Cult of the Lamb this weekend with you all. So maybe I'll react to some other things this weekend. I want to play Cult of the Lamb with you all. So if you are here and you usually only watch politics streams, please come by one of the Cult of the Lamb streams, because we're getting close to the end of the game. We're filling up the cult. It's been very exciting. I am doing a playthrough on extreme difficulty, which has been very challenging. Yes, I know I need to do Cooking Mama, and I know I need to do reviews soon, okay? So don't worry. I will be back very soon. Thank you all for all of your love and support. Sophie Gray, oh my God, thank you so much for the $5. Sophie Gray says, hey, I just wanted to say thank you. I realized I was trans not too long ago, thanks in part to your content. You're very welcome, more than happy to help you find your true self in whatever little way that I can. You are Pog, trans thriving, trans liberation, and of course, thank you very much for supporting me today. I will see you all very soon, and much, much, much communal love from the depths of hell to all of my lovely imps. I will see you very soon. Bye. Good night, everyone.